Hey, thanks for that follow, Gemini Swede. What's up, guys? Happy Thursday. Well, thank you for the 30 months of Tier 3. Damn, dude. Akuzi, perfect timing. Cat and Goose. Sophia, hello. Nara, Hollow. Pappet. Who else? Vampire. Slow Dancer. Midnight Rose, hello. Hey, Midnight, how you doing? It's been a minute since I've seen you. What's up, guys? It's Samurai today, as promised. You know, it would have been debatable to return... Wait, what do I have on? Oh, I see. It would have been debatable to return to Dragoon, but I really wanted to check out... I really wanted to check out Samurai, because I have just yet to touch Samurai in this entire expansion. I want to get to it, and we don't have a particularly free schedule the next couple of weeks, so I'll get in what I can. And we're gonna do this Thursday and Sunday. This is actually a really nice great katana. Jesus. Cadenless Samurai. Well, Crit Sam with Shinten. This I think is from Tower of Babel, I believe. Because I was using this just to level my trusts at some point. I believe it's from Babel. Ozot. Same thing. No. No, Tower of Zot, because Babel's the other one. Guardian Express. It's sad that I wiped on my PB at so low lore recently, but honestly looking forward to diving deeper. Can't decide if I want to go Necro. Interesting. I mean, we're down to 2 months till the new Deep Dungeon, and personally, I mean, if you want to get ready for Eureka Orthos, then honestly, like, Heaven on High might be a better choice if you want to prepare for Eureka Orthos. I mean, I would still say go for the title that means more to you first and foremost. Because we're just really strongly assuming that the new Deep Dungeon is going to be 100 floors. So if you kind of want to get a closer experience to what Eureka will be, then yeah, that would be a good choice. I mean, it doesn't really make the decision better, but, you know, at least you have a little bit more, I guess, what do you call it? A little bit more reasons to point one to and what's up, Googs? Also, thanks to the... Oh no. Hello, Googs. And then, Peachy. Thanks for the 20 months of Tier 3 as well. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Fraggy, hello. Oh, am I so blue? I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. You're implying there's too much. I don't think there's enough. Oh, whatever. Mochi, hello. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing good on Thursday. Getting close to New Year's, so I hope if you guys are having New Year's plans, I hope it's going to be good and it goes well. And it goes without any issues. I think both are equally valid for prep. Yes, that's true. What Hollow said is valid. I think the knowledge of learning transformations... Oh, speaking of transformations, I should actually put my macros on my hotbar. But, yeah, like getting the knowledge on transformations will probably be a big asset, because we already know one of the commanders are going to be, is going to be a transformation. Single stream. I only do that for marathons. I mean, I could conceivably do it, maybe. I know, was it Finn? Didn't Finn do a, I need to use my mouse for this. Didn't Finn do a 7.5 or 8 hour machinist run 1 to 200 or something like that? Which one is it? This one. True North. Imagine having True North. Do I need this one? I don't need this one. Oh, I was using it for actual content, that's why it's there. Okay. Problem solved. Now we're set. Good thing I got that now before like later when I'm like fighting the 20 boss and I can't figure out how to drop my thing. I did do a 1 to 200 once on stream, and that was when we were celebrating Twitch Partner back in, I think it was 2020, I believe, 2 years ago. And that took me 15 and a half. It was shorter than Sheila's stream, but she had to reset the run, so that obviously added more time. but I was doing like giveaways and stuff on my end, so it was taking longer than it normally would have. But yeah, you have to like mentally prepare for that thing, you know. And I think a speedrun is going to be ideal if you try to go for that as opposed to the casual clear that we typically aim for. Madrick, thanks to the follow, I appreciate that. The ultimate marathon stream? Yeah, that would be the ultimate marathon stream for sure. Wonder how fast a full party could go through. Well, I mean, you should ask. You should ask Walden is Raven, because they've done all of that, not back to back, but they've done speedruns. I think they have 1 to 200 Palace in about 3 hours. And I don't know what Heaven on High is, but I think Heaven on High is maybe like 1.5 or something. No, not 1.5. Maybe like close to 2 hours. I'm not sure. They have very fast times. I mean, they're literally the fastest in the world with whatever comp they go for. So they could do it like in a really fast amount of time. How hard is Heaven on High in Bard? It's really good. I wouldn't necessarily say. I mean, I guess one could argue that it's all hard, right? But it's not too much different than Machinist. It's definitely going to be lower damage, but there is utility with Bard, with the Suna ability, with Peon, and that's very, very good. So it's a good job. I mean, Fizz range is going to have a place in Deep Dungeon permanently because of its uptime damage and all that. It's really good. I do like Bard. I mean, it definitely is a lot different than Palace. Palace is a lot harder because you have to deal with Behemoth on Bard, and that is probably the undisputed most difficult Behemoth fight of all the classes. I think there's no argument on that one right now in Endwalker. I think the closest to difficulty on Behemoth is maybe like, I don't know, maybe between Dancer and Gunbreaker or something, and Gunbreaker probably is a stretch because I think a lot of people have stepped in as Gunbreaker and they've all had pretty good times. And then Dancer, some people are having problems with Dancer, but for the most part it's been going pretty smoothly for a lot of people. Yeah, that's what I hear. I mean, I can't say anything with certainty because I haven't done it myself, and I only really go by hearsay on that one. I mean, I'm still remembering what it was in Shadowbringers, but I know it's a lot better now. Blindfolded run? Bro, I won't even get past the first floor, man. I have, what do you call it? I have dabbled with the idea of doing like a blindfolded boss run, you know? Because the bosses are scripted, so that much would be probably possible, but trying to get through these floors blindfolded is very difficult. I mean, the thing that makes it hard is that there are no audio cues that you can utilize. There was one point that we did investigate it, like we actually tried to take it seriously. And one of the tricks that someone developed, or rather utilized, was that they would have a ground target. So like they would do the ground target. Wait, how do you? They would do the ground target like this. And what would happen is, like, if you hit a wall, the ground target would make the error sound, but if you hit a floor, it would cast it down. So that was one way, like, you could potentially create an audio cue, but yeah, it just got really nutty. It's a little bit difficult. I need to earn my glowing orange bow glam. Gonna be fun adventure. Okay. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, you could just spam, like, 21 to 30 if you want to do it that way, but... You could do a hands and eyes challenge if you had someone unlimited, let's say, locally. Or like someone is there physically and like is watching and then guiding me. Yeah, the guiding is one idea. Like you have a second person to like tell you if you're hot or cold, I guess. But in game, like it would be very, very impractical solo. At least how I mean, look, I mean, I'm sure like. That was what was told to the person who tried to blindfold Mario 64, right? Oh, it's difficult. Oh, you know, I don't know how you're gonna pull it off. But you know, no one's really done it yet. I don't think I'm going to be the pioneer for that, if you will. But at least that's how I look at it. I had the bow glam. I just need the title back. Oh, okay, got it. Let's see. You need now to find the exit. Yeah, like the first exit, let alone like the other 9 floors. I think other challenge runs look more fun than blindfolded. Yeah, I guess it depends. I mean, I think the bosses blindfolded would be more practical. I think smashing against the wall for an hour is not as entertaining. You know, it would almost be in the category of like that Elden Ring speedrun, where it's literally just this. It's like going back and forth, back and forth. That's the Elden Ring speedrun. Like, that's fast, but I mean, who really wants to watch that? You know, it's just zipping. So I think it just depends on the entertainment value. But I think blindfold does have a place. It just depends on its application. Someone watching and telling you what they see. Well, you can do that. You don't have to do that locally, because you can do the best way to do that, Vaughn, is a Discord call. So like you would do a Discord call and then you would share the screen, and that's close to instant. You wouldn't do it on a Twitch stream because that obviously has a little bit of a delay, but the Discord call would be pretty close to instant, and that's actually what a lot of people utilize for that kind of thing. That's why you said low latency. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically Twitch has low latency, but it's not good enough. Discord call would be the best option. Like, I think Twitch low latency gets it as close to, like, maybe, like, 3 to 5 seconds, I think, but it's still not the best. You still have, like, the communication delay. But yeah, I mean, I'd love for someone to try to explore it. I don't think you're gonna see it on my end. Only because, I mean, it's not like I have, you know, I'm running out of things to do. Like, we have a lot of things to do. But, it's always fun to see those ideas. And like, nowadays, in Deep Dungeon, I mean, you're seeing more people do speedruns. Like, all of a sudden, I'm starting to see people starting to investigate, like, the full run speedrun. Like, the full Palace, the full Heaven on High. And I think that's pretty cool. You're seeing more challenge runs. I mean, Aurora just did the no chest Sage run. And people are trying these different things, and I think it's so cool to push the content even further. So maybe at some point you will see something along those lines. Someone's crazy enough to try it out. Your own clone? What's up, Jason? How you doing? Jason, by the way, sends me a DM. He sends me a lot of DMs. But see, I was looking for this. I don't know if anyone else saw this, because I was trying to look for this. At least one of the 2 potions that we would expect to be available in Eureka Orthos, and he, I believe, spots a Hyper Potion in Yoshi P's bar, which is like a green potion. So that's probably the new potion that's going to show up by next patch. More than likely 6.3, but maybe towards Eureka Orthos release. It was a drop in the it was oh, see, that's what I missed too. I was trying to see that, but for some reason I just didn't quite see it. Yeah, there you go. So I believe Jason, you said it was a Hyper Potion, right? I was wondering what the next one is going to be called. Hyper would sound about right. Why is it called Eureka if it happens to be in Crystal Tower? It's lore. So if you go dig around Final Fantasy III, Googans, there is a stage or a dungeon in Final Fantasy III called Eureka. And in essence, when you look at the current Eureka that's available, the one that we have in the game right now, it's only called Eureka because that's just the name that I think Cryo gave it. It's like, oh, you know, I was just thinking of this, like, this thing in Crystal Tower, something, so let's just name it after, you know, this area that I know about, something to that effect. That's a very, like, paraphrasing thing. But in essence, the Eureka that exists now is only by name. The Eureka that we will go into for Deep Dungeon is like the real one, like the real Eureka, if that makes sense. So you do look at it as separate entities. You don't look at it as a continuation of current Eureka, you don't look at it as the same mechanics. It's literally just a completely different iteration of what you know as Eureka. Yeah, I mean, you could Google, like, if you just Google FF3 Eureka, you'll see a wiki page talking about it, and that's where the reference comes from. And basically it talks about, like, it's straight up, from FF3, it's straight up, it's underneath Crystal Tower. That's why we know it's underneath Crystal Tower. And not to mention, when Yoshi P showcased it on the live letter, you know, he went to Crystal Tower, and it was him going down Crystal Tower, So it all follows pretty much that thing. Who didn't translate and said hyper? Someone in Discord mentioned a couple days ago too. Oh, I must have missed it. Yeah, I probably missed it then. Credits to them. After 1 to 200 Astro, obviously the very next step is though no palm. Everyone keeps asking for no palms. I mean, the thing that like you know, Finn and Aurora and some of the other Japanese runners they try to do is they try to get to a certain point and then stop opening chests. So that's a thing that is like a practical, like a more practical method of doing it. To start from like here and then try to do it as a no palm run. I don't know how far you're getting. Like you only like the only way I would think that's practical is if you do it as like okay, let's see how far we can get, and then do like a challenge run that way. But of course it has to be like a community thing because you're not getting very far. So you know, like I look at it. I always look at it as like kind of like the realistic version of it, not so much as just like an imaginary challenge. Like if we're gonna really do it, like what's the actual application of it, you know? Krell named the unknown island, which was Island of Val, Eureka, because she heard about it. I didn't have that selected. Because she heard about it. Ironically, the seal primal in Baldician was called Eureka, but this Eureka Orthos is the real Eureka based on it. Yep, here you go. The real challenge is no jumping. If you have jump, you have to quit and restart. You know what I would do then, Minako? I would go controller, because when I played on controller for the couple of streams, it was actually very difficult for me to jump, because a lot of times I jump on GCDs and I couldn't really do it on controller, since I'd get like I have to like hit other buttons to like create a GCD. So I would just like do that to help me out, you know. I mean, I could just disable. I mean, but that's tricky because, like, if I have the camera here, I think the challenge, Minako, would be more don't hit the spacebar as opposed to don't jump, because I could just cheat and just like you know unbind jump, and that would be easy because I'd just be spamming this forever and you won't see me jumping. So it'd be more like you know do a challenge where you don't see the spacebar light up, and then that'll be better. Aurora's no chess stage was incredibly educational. But also, I'm fully aware that if the D-Bus had landed differently, it would kill the run dead. Yeah, I mean, like, a run like that, Ninth Lions, also, what's up, dude? You just take, you take away, like, just the best parts of it, right? I mean, of course, any type of run, if it just goes haywire, it's the end of the run. I mean, think of it, if any of you guys were watching Sheila earlier, when she was doing her full run, I mean, think about the fact that if she didn't go to the last chest before stepping into 199, the run is over. Or, you know, on the flip side, if maybe like the debuffs were just different, she would have had a cleaner run if she didn't set this. Like it definitely can go a multitude of ways, but you work with what the game has to give you, and that's just all it comes down to. Yo, what's up, listeners? We are just starting, dude. We're going to 120 today. That is the goal. So we'll be here for a couple hours. Was cursed and blessed, bruh. I was really like amazed at the last 2 floors where she picks up what 5 steals when she went dry for like the first 8. It's incredible. That's deep dungeon for you, you know. I usually have the stream up in the background in the early part of the VOD. My ears perked when I heard Crisis Core music. I know. Well, I mean, are you playing the new Crisis Core speed? Have you come in here when I was playing Crisis Core? It's like the old Crisis Core music, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the old Crisis Core music personally. A little better than the arranged. Yo, what's up, Cold Wolf? Just finished the meme run of DRS and somehow got a clear. I still need to work on my necroman. Okay. Yo, let's go. Well, a clear's a clear. Mimic change and steel chain. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I'm here and how I'm doing pretty good. Kind of like have wound down from the holiday stuff, and now kind of getting back into normal-ish schedule, if you will. But good so far here. Thank you for asking. I hope the hand's doing a little better. Let's the clutch. No, yeah. I was very happy to see you guys. Some of you guys pumping out the mimic and a mimic emote. Vampire says I got a new PB on Warrior last night, got to 180 on my second save. Behemoth was smooth, down to 10%, but realized all too late I missed a cooldown and died to Meikyo. It happens. You know, I think Finn's guide, Vampire, if you've ever checked out Finn's tutorial, I think that hotbar section that he has, that shows, like, you know, what is the rotation, I think that's really such a good idea. Because it tries to really dumb down the fight in itself to make it a little bit easier for someone to get through for the first time. It's something to take a look at it. To investigate if needed. Fun glam, looks like a street smart samurai. This is my going to the mall glam. So when I go to a mall, this is what I look like. Maybe. What's up, Zevran? It's going well. Thanks for asking. Hope things are going well for you too. Philogel, hello. It's getting there slowly but surely. Tomorrow I'm doing physical therapy and seeing the surgeon to get an idea of where I'm at. Gotcha. Was using Finn's bar layout, but I muscle memory through. Oh, rip. Do I also bring a big sword when I go to the mall? Maybe. It's possible. I mean, that's how I stay away from social interactions, you know? Could have a lance too, you know? Alright dudes, as normal, we are at the end of a boss fight, so I'm gonna hit some ads so we can keep the ads away from the stream as well as doing parts of actual combat. So give me about, let's go 2 minutes, and I'll be back in 2 minutes for those seeing ads, so thank you for the support, guys. Finally getting off my lazy butt to try. Oh, yeah, let's go, Zevran. That's what I want to hear from you. Wait, didn't the Stranger Paradise expansion come out, or is that later? When's that coming out? I would have thought you would be all over it. I'm probably gonna do Deep Dungeon once I finish my main story. Oh, it's next month. Oh, okay. That makes sense why I haven't heard it then. Alright. Cool. Will I push for World First? I will. But I'm not taking what I think is the optimal job. Hikari. I think the optimal job is a tank. I'm going Red Mage. And that's just because I'm being a little stubborn. But, you know, it's also a little meaningful to me. That's why I go Red Mage. But I'm not gonna, you know, not try. Like, I'm gonna be trying really hard to see if I can pull it off on Red Mage, you know? But, I know where I'm standing on the job. Also, I'm streaming it, and I know what that means as well when you're talking about racing. So, you know, I'm keeping my expectations low that I'll get it, but I'll try hard. Yeah, play the OG. And depending on, honestly, depending on how Yuka Orthos goes, it will also determine if I stay on par with like the 4th coming or the 5th coming Deep Dungeon if I stay on Red Mage, you know.
Stubborn is the way.
Yo, what's up, Aurora? Yo, thanks for the 15. God tier gamer right there. Apparently palms are. Apparently he doesn't even need palms to clear anymore. He just goes in and just clears. He's too good for Deep Dungeon now. Thanks, I appreciate it, Kudir. I hope you're doing well, by the way. No palms, no chest easy, yeah, apparently. Nothing can stop Aurora. Imagine if he just goes on a normal job for once. Maybe Aurora will do it on blindfolded. We talked about blindfolded runs before. Maybe that's his next destination. He'll just do it blindfolded. I don't know how he's gonna prove it, but I'm sure you figure out a way. Is my strat to finish every attempt or grind? Okay, so my strategy for what I'm doing, Hikari, and again, this one I'm going to disclose is not necessarily the best idea, but this is what I'm committing to. We're going to be taking in 3 of my goody friends. I think our party is Loken, Sheila, and Pinned. I think. I need to confirm it. We're going to go as fast as we can to floor 30, so we can repeat 21 to 30. I'm going to be getting to 60 or 70 armor depending on how hard the enemies are. Because here's the thing, when I was watching Yoshi P do the live letter, it really looked like the enemies were pretty beefy. And if they're beefy, I might go to 70 instead of 60. But if it starts to see like things are feeling a little closer to maybe Heaven on High or Palace of the Dead in terms of how fast we're killing things, I maybe go to 60, and then from there I start soloing. I won't go any further than 30, and I'll go blind the entire way up. And that's my goal. Because I'm going to assume that I probably will have to repeat a couple runs. Like, I'll probably have to die and then go back again. So, like, I will probably level my arm in arm as we're progging at the same time, which is something I suggest people to do, like, right now for Palace and Heaven on High, you know? So that's what I'm going to be doing. And then we'll just see from there what happens. It'll just come down to my actual physical endurance or mental endurance. When I stream and do the content, like you might see me swapping between having web camera on and not, because I do feel like I can go longer when I don't have the camera on. It just depends on how I feel. Just add a blindfolded to the YouTube infallible. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Hollow. I mean, yeah. That's what we'll do. That's what he'll do. Trying to talk to my fans into day one has been really, you know, Vampire. If you're not in the Discord, which is always my opportunity to plug the Discord, which is everyone is available there. I would ask the guys there, to see if anyone might be looking to form parties and stuff. I'm sure there is someone out there, whichever data center you're on, etc., or region you're in, that someone will want to at least form a party. Especially when we're getting closer. So definitely try to see and ask the dudes there. Thanks, Akiri, I appreciate that. I want to stream every moment. I will stream every moment. Not that I want to, I will stream every moment of the climb, you know? I want to document that entire thing. True HOH is potato at those floors. It is. And it's going to be interesting to see the comparison, you know? Do I think... I don't think so. Actually, that's a good question, Aurora. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, honestly. I mean, it hasn't been a problem in any of the deep dungeons, right? So I don't think so. I think it'll be just fine. That's a fair question, though. I mean, that's something I didn't even consider, but I don't think it'll be a problem. No. I have my ways, Night Lion. Let's put it that way. And I know these songs don't give me a problem, so yeah, but I have my ways. Let's put it that way. Look, I still want to, like, you know, put my own money into it. It's just I can't because it's not available still. Like, you know what's also not available? The new Crisis Core OST. I want that too. I don't remember. Is it really 25 for 2? I mean, it's not bad, though. That's still pretty good. Someday we'll get physic on... Yeah, when that happened. I mean, in the previews to Endwalker, they consciously talked about physic, and then they're like, yeah, we'll keep it in. Like, they actually went through a discussion on that. I don't understand why that's even still in the game for summoning. I get it. I know why it's still in the game. But at the same time, I don't understand why they still keep it in there. Maybe useless. I think they're stuck with it because of the lore. Unless they change the back end of the story of the job, I don't think they can. You'll see that happening. What spooks me about Red Mage at 90 is super long melee finisher chain that cancels if you procure. But I guess it's not too different than playing any of the DPS at that point. So I'm not concerned with it because it's a lot of mobility, Ninth Lion. You know, like you get the melee combo off and then you start going in motion, and you can get away with like just instant cast. So it almost becomes like a pseudo machinist at that point. Of course, you're taking a couple hits to make it happen. But I mean, depending on the rotation of the enemies and all that stuff, you can probably manipulate it and try to do the melee combos at the best times. Like that's stuff I'm really used to, so I'm not too worried about that. But it's still going to be a difficult balance of getting it right for sure. You know, like I'm probably gonna fumble the right timing to make it happen. But once I'm back in, first Shrink, thank you to tier 2, 41 months.
Bring back BLM Physic.
What about Black Mage Stone Skin? You want that one too? One time back in 3.x, I saved the dungeon fight by using Physic on Black Mage since it was a cross-class skill. There was never lore with Physic, and they just adjusted the fights to not need it, nor a tank. Yeah. For a solid half of the finisher, you're kind of like Summoner, yeah. And the thing is, you can also, you know, displace and get the distance 9 lions to give you that space to kite, you know? So it isn't necessarily like, you know, you have to run in and then literally run out. You can actually get distance if you do it right. That's why I'm not as concerned, because you have tools. Yeah. Just in my current gear, averages, so a bit over 1/4. So that's 1 cure hollow? Or is that a double cast? So 2 casts or 1 cast is 1/4. You guys think Red Mage should be top tier? No. It's gonna be exactly where it is right now. Forgotten. That's where it's gonna sit. Forgotten. It had fallen out of favor. Oh no, you're under the you're under the correct impression. It's very rare. It's honestly very rare to see anyone really pushing Red Mage nowadays. Yeah, it's really sad, you know. Red Mage used to be king, and then everyone's forgotten that it was. Everyone's forgotten that it existed. Is it bad? No. It's not that it's bad. Okay, so let's go over the history of Red Mage, right? I mean, Red Mage was king because it was the first job to clear. And really, a lot of us believed it was the only job capable, because it had the cure, it had a good kiting kit, like it was like a full package. It had a little bit of everything, which really, in essence, that is the definition of Red Mage, right? Not a black mage, it's not a white mage, it's like halfway there. So it was really the jack of all trades, if you will. And over time, even up to present day, it hasn't gotten worse. Like, if anything, it's gotten better since the beginning of its creation. Like, it's always gotten little buffs and stuff. It's just what happens is that the other jobs have gotten exponentially better. I mean, Machinist from even back in Stormblood has gotten so much better. Warrior from Shadowbringers to now is significantly better. Dark Knight with the Living Dead chain significantly better. So jobs have gotten propelled upwards in terms of their capabilities. And that's why you see it more talked about now over Red Mage. And I think people have really understood this idea that Red Mage does take a lot more skill to really get the most out of it. And I think a lot more people are either not attuned to that skill, or they just prefer to just have a different playstyle, right? I mean, you can even throw around the argument of why people would play Warrior over Machinist, even though Machinist theoretically would kind of be like the top tier because it has a lot of clears from last expansion. But there's still people who just can't play Machinist, and with good purpose. And there's a lot of reasons why you can't play Machinist. You know, you can't argue that. But that's pretty much the general idea why Red Mage is in essence is kind of forgotten a little bit. So, you know, going back to that first thing, is Red Mage going to be top tier for Deep Dungeon? I don't think so. I don't see how it can be. I mean, honestly, like, you could, like, I could even see Black Mage being, like, just better than Red Mage. You know, like, just kill things before it kills you, where Red Mage is like, okay, weave in your healing so you don't die. And, like, I know a lot of people just don't like that. Behemoth was a big ball for most shops, right? Most people didn't know how to do on jobs without heals or how to optimize healers. That came later than Night Lion. I think that was not necessarily a wall as to why people didn't push the other jobs. I think, like, at the time, people were more worried about getting clears than, like, worrying about other jobs getting clears. Does that make sense? Because I think the other jobs clearing is more of a product of, like, the people who have the title just want to keep doing the content. Not for people going first time. Because you just go with a guide with whoever's doing it for the first time. So a lot of people, like Meishi's guide, right? Meishi's guide was the one that was really in the forefront of people looking up how to do Necromancer. So her guide was catered to Red Mage, so you just didn't really think about another job at the time. You started to see that walls start to get broken down when you started to see the tanks clearing, summoner clearing, and then you start investigating why could they clear. Oh, there's their tank involved and the rotation and blah blah blah. And then you start investigating the other jobs, and then it started to slowly go into it. That people like, well, you know what, we got this job, why don't we try this job? You get a couple fails in, and then it's like, you know what, let's see if we can keep going, kind of thing. If that makes sense. Also, Shin, hey, thanks for the tier 1, that really means a lot. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate you giving that tier 1 sub, and Happy New Year. The healing weaving was really tough for me, and I had just given up and go, yeah, and that's fair, Mokaz. That's really fair. Black Mage with Umbral Soul is going to be a Grace able, have fire rotation ready and stack with it. Yeah, exactly. That's why Black Mage to me is going to be very interesting in my opinion. Like I want to definitely do Black Mage a lot sooner than later. But I'm gonna do, you know, the popular jobs first. Hey DNJ, people went with what was already known first. I think now Eureka Orthos is going to be such an interesting era for Deep Dungeon, because no longer are you looking at a Deep Dungeon just being like, okay, well, everyone's just gonna try this one job first and we'll see how we do. Now it's going to be discussion of, well, you know, like we just had, well, what's the best job for it? Because you're looking at every job being potentially viable. That was not the case when Heaven on High released. Heaven on High released, you only had Red Mage, that's it. Like, that's the only job you really thought about. So it's really going to be very interesting how this is going to pan out. Especially since there will be people pushing every job day 1. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit of, it's going to be interesting, Aurora, to see like what the community as a collective, as a hive mind, will just fall into. I think people will definitely fall into a certain job very quickly, and then maybe around like maybe a couple months down the line, it may shift when like all the jobs have really gotten some time in there, and maybe some guides come out and whatever. So it might take a while to you kind of settle on like what is the quote-unquote community agreed upon job that's ideal. But in the first couple of weeks, it's going to be interesting where this lies. We all have a lot of speculation, a lot of ideas, but in reality it's just going to come down to actual play results, you know? Paladin's gonna be interesting. I mean, I'm gonna get my first impression of Paladin when the patch releases. I'm gonna be setting up a Paladin file in Palace of the Dead prior to the patch, so we can hop into Palace right when the patch drops on the 10th and do 121+. That's my goal. That's my plan. And then I will also do Heaven on High Paladin on the Sunday of that week. So we'll definitely get a really, really good look at Paladin. That might give me a very good understanding of what we're looking at, you know? I may not understand the 80 and 90 rotation, but at least I'll have a good look at the 70 rotation. I'm absolutely tickled that Yoshi went alone as Black Mage. Of course, yeah, of course he would. Why would he do any... I don't think we've ever seen him play another job, right? Like in live letters? Like, he's just Black Mage main. I'm going to miss Magicites in New Deep Dungeon. Man, that's been like a interesting topic. It definitely seems a little split between people being pro Magicites and people being like anti-Magicites. It's really interesting to me. And it's more interesting because you never really heard prior to Eureka Orthos of people being like, yeah, actually, I don't really like Magicites. Like, I don't think I heard a single person say that until they saw the new Demiclone. You know, this has been fascinating to me to see that nowadays. I love it. I actually love it. It's like it's literally the same discussion as red mage. Because when back in the day, when only red mage was clearing deep dungeon, never did you really hear people complaining about red mage. It's either they did it or they didn't do it. Not like, well, I don't really like the way the job plays, I don't really like this vercuring thing. It's just you did it or you didn't. But now that other jobs have come into the spotlight, you started to see people like giving these explanations as to why they're not doing red mage. It's like, well, the vercuring is kind of annoying, I don't really like weaving the heals, the playstyle's kind of tough, I don't really like the stop and go. Like, it's really interesting to see how that kind of opinion starts to formulate when the options start to show up. I just think it's great. I think it's just hilarious. I do appreciate how tier lists for jobs are like about the individual challenge, and there isn't a dumb moral judgment about jobs people take in. I hope it stays that way for even as a bigger scene. Well, you know, I gotta tell you, Ninth Lions, I think there are people. It's unavoidable. You will get people who will criticize other people for some choices, like here and there. I would say the larger community doesn't give a crap, because it's like, I mean, who cares, right? It's like, the only reason people care is when they start talking about it and it becomes a discussion. But like, if you never really tell anyone, like, no one really, like, you're not affecting anyone by what you're choosing to take in, right? So in my opinion, it's just a dumb discussion if you're gonna, like, in essence, gatekeep someone because they're picking another job. Like, who cares? Like, it doesn't affect you personally. Like in Raid, I get it. Like, I get it in Raid because you're gonna be partying with people, and you know, whether the justification is right or not, there is a partial reason as to why people block off jobs or tell you to not play a specific job. Here, it's just like, who cares, dude? Me playing Astro has literally no bearing on your experience. Like, imagine if it did, then I would be like a very powerful person, you know? It'd be hilarious. Damon says, I'm excited for the clones, but I do love Magicite to pure power ship with like Odin. You know, it's still gonna be interesting to me. Like, I mentioned it in the Demiclone video, which if you guys haven't checked it out, I kind of put my thoughts about the Demiclone generator in a YouTube video. But I do talk about how, you know, do we get like a fourth special Demiclone? Like, we're assuming there's 3, like there is now, but are we gonna get like a special one that will show up in the thing? And what is it? Like, we don't even know what the other 2 are. And, you know, it could be something that is like Odin. You know, maybe it is a power trip, that it is like the Magicite equivalent, that it just wipes everything. Whereas the other clones just do kind of, you know, 1 kills at a time. Who knows? But I think that'll be fun to discover, that's for sure. There are jobs that are easier or harder than others, but not bad jobs, if that makes sense. Exactly. I mean, every job is clear, so who cares? I think I need to see more Demiclone in action, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. Do the mobs in New Deep Dungeon seem to have way more HP? It's hard to tell, because the only amount of judgment you're able to get to as Desi is when Yoshi P increased his arm his arm to 60. But even then, it still seemed like the things were beefy. I need to get my counter up here. It still seemed like floor 1 enemies are beefy. And one thing to really take into consideration right now, it's that you know, Palace and Heaven on High are both results of a stat squish, which there definitely are unintended consequences or unintended results of doing like a full game stat squish. But now you're talking about content that is catered correctly and molded to current content. So we'll see how that acts. I don't know. I mean, it could be beefier, it could not be beefier. It could affect how certain jobs are going to play out. So, you know, we just have to get in there and find out. Hey Kieran, how you doing? Let me see. I hope that's interesting. Yeah. It could just be Yune and Doga. I don't know. I'm gonna think, Biftech, also good to see you. I'm gonna think that there's at least 3, you know? Like, I would think it would be very awkward if there's only 2, in my opinion. But I mean, We don't know. Odin, but he follows you like Carby. So he just one-shots everything? I mean, that'd be interesting. Oh, you, hello. Imagine popping one of those in a Mimic treasure room. Yes. I'm curious about that scene in the trailer that looked like yes, like the like a potential Bahamut type of situation. I'm 100% looking forward to going into a deep dungeon that's actually new to everyone. Damon, me too. It's very interesting to me too, because obviously I even haven't. I mean I was there for Heaven on High release and Palace release, but certainly we didn't really have a community formulated at that time. So to me, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how everyone kind of handles it and goes about it and stuff. I'm gonna love it. Players are also a lot more beefy powerhouses at 90 as well. Yeah. Did they mention anything about soloing and potential title? Soloing, absolutely. I mean, it's gonna be all the same. We just don't know a title yet. We're not gonna see a title until we get into the... Well, if you really want to be specific, you're not gonna see a title until someone data mines it. Or, as you know, a normal gamer will do, you gotta wait till you get into the game after the patch in 6.35 to see what the title is. But yeah, not yet. No, so okay, interesting with Graha Brontoys. The demi-clone is exactly how it sounds. It's a clone. So I think lore-wise, I don't think Graha was ever cloned. Like if you did the Crystal Tower series, well, everyone did, but if you paid attention to the lore, you would know that Doga and Une were actually cloned, but I think Graha wasn't cloned. So he wouldn't be an option, but you don't know. I mean, it is Alligans after all, so, you know. But I'm sure it's gonna follow some type of lore reasoning as to who you're getting for clones. So like, you know, what Nightline said, like Zaunde and Amon and Amon and all that, Skilla and all that, like they are possible, but that would be really weird, but they're possible. You read some fanfic that he where he was? Gotcha. Open this. Oh, that's another... Okay. I'm very excited to finish Stormblood. Yeah, let's go, dude. Do you have any speculation or wishes for the other, assumingly 8 bosses? Not a clue. I would suspect you're seeing maybe some coil bosses, maybe, but I don't know, dude. Maybe coil mechanics, but I don't know. I mean... Crystal Tower is certainly gonna be an interesting place to see what they produce, because it's Elegant. We are assuming 100. It's not necessarily going to be 100, but a lot of reasoning leads to that. You're looking at very similar boss levels at the floor 10 boss. So Heaven on High was 65, and the new Deep Dungeon is 85. The story ends at 30, which is the same as Heaven on High. So there's a lot of kind of parallel to the two of them. And he's also said that EO is going to be like Eureka 2.0. I'm sorry, Heaven on High 2.0. So a lot of it leads into that. But I mean, they could still tack on a little bit more floors. I mean, that's possible. It's just the story ends there and there's more floors going up. So we don't know for sure. But more than likely, it's probably 100. Mimic boss on 490, the contrast Korgan boss on 10. That would be interesting. Something I'll miss if we don't have it is Petrify. Honestly, it was one of my good. It was good one for many reasons. It is. I know some people have made some arguments that Rage, like if you had to pick between Rage and Petrify, I think some people would actually pick Rage. And a good reasoning is the fact that Rage can actually do 2 floors, whereas Petrify will almost always do 1 floor. And I get it. Of course, Rage is a little bit more deadlier than a what do you call it? A Petrify would be in terms of application. But it is still interesting to see what the other 2 palms are, because you know you're getting 2 more palms that are new, probably new. I would lean into the fact that they are new, not recycled. But again, I mean, we don't know until we see it. In 2+ parties better. Oh, I'm sure, but you know, of course, my mind is always in solo. We're gonna play some 2-minute ads, by the way, guys, after we kill this boss, as per usual. So heads up on that one for those seeing ads. I appreciate the support. So I'll see you in 2 minutes once you kill the boss. Alright, 2 minutes. BRB. Here, update the title, we'll go right in. Blood. Alright. Let's continue. I do like the... I don't know if anyone saw the rewards, but the rewards seem pretty good. I probably... You definitely see me use the minion, but I probably will use the mount a little bit too. It looks pretty cool. Sign. I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, if you want to type okay, because I just hit an ad, otherwise I'll just wait 2 minutes. But just want to pop and say thanks to the vids. They helped me a lot in Palace of Dead. My PB's 197 and working for the title still. 197. Holy moly. That's so close. I'm cheering you on, dude. This discussion is making blue mage leveling almost tolerable. Yeah, no problem, Ray. I didn't realize blue mage was still in the game. I thought they removed it at some point. Choose or they add an aetherite near. Yeah, I know Jason was talking about that. Albino. Because right now it's kind of asked to get over to the location, but maybe they will. Who knows? No, I don't think Sin saw my heard me, so I'm gonna reread that message when the ad finishes. Somehow going for AR Relic on trial account led me to leveling blue. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. How would blue fare in Deep Dungeon? I mean, it depends on how they apply it. Who knows? It's hard to really say that, because it could be applied in a variety of ways, you know? After the intro, the NPC may still stay in town by where she is now. Maybe. We never really saw how Yoshi-P got to the area, right? How he got to the area or how he left the area, so... Welcome back for the ad. Sin, I'm gonna read your message again. Sorry if I'm repeating. But Sin said, just wanted to pop in to say thanks to your vids. They've helped me a lot in PoTD. My PB is 197 and working to the title still. Keep going, dude. You're almost there. Thanks for sharing that, and I hope they continue to help you. I'm glad they do help you. And, you know, we'll keep doing the content to get gamers their title, so, you know, any questions still? Anything you want to see? Stuff that's still up there, like, we still have a little time to... There's still a little time if you guys want to see anything specific. Like, I'm gonna definitely train on Red Mage, maybe, like, 1 or 2 weeks before Eureka shows up. So if there's anything specific you guys may want to see, or what job you want to see, or some type of strategy, like, definitely think about it, and I definitely will be willing to just do it on stream. I really don't mind. So just keep that into consideration. Let me see if I'm sus in here as well. No, then it's a mod issue. Wait. If you're sus in here, it's a mod issue? What are you talking about? Hello. Hey, Ollie. What's going on? You want to talk about it? They have been huge. Been watching them and running along with them to keep pace. Good. Is there a guy that mentions all the increased landmine chance? Not really. I mean, there aren't very many. Like, that's a very short list, Estesi. Because we just focus in on the 171 in Palace and the 71 in Heaven on High. So just wanted to test on my meat. Okay, no problem. I hope you're having a wonderful week. I hope you had a good holidays, Ollie. I hope you're going to have a good New Year's. I don't mind. He just left and flew over to the little camp, but also, like, partially instanced in the... Yeah, it's also partially instanced, like, the... Yeah. I think, like, right now, it's partially instanced, right? In terms of the Crystal Tower entrance, like, you go there right now. But you do see people there. Like you will see. You just can't fly in the Crystal Tower entrance. You can mount, but you can't fly. Yeah, we don't really have a guide, Desi. That just indicates which ones there are. That's pretty much the main floors. I really hope they add a shortcut or something. Yeah, a lot of people said that. Jason said that. I agree with that. It is really far to get over there. So we shall see. Oh. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of treasure rooms. Yeah. Let me put a dot on you. And fight something else. Oh, by you. Oh my, no. Stop. Not my precious pot shirts. It's not taking forever. What did I just pick up? Steel? Ew, I have Kasha. I don't have the other one yet, though. Crystal Tower is basically a giant aetherite? Yeah. Exactly. Or what if even better? You have to clear floor 10, you get to like a special area that one has the aetherite. You know? Like you know how in Crystal Tower, in the Crystal Tower series, wasn't it like the first Crystal Tower raid was like technically just the outside of Crystal Tower, like you're fighting to get into Crystal Tower, and then wasn't like Circus Tower the actual inside of Crystal Tower, right? So like one of the first 10 floors is like you fighting your way in like to the depths of it, and then you get to like this landing zone that is where you can like start teleporting into the Crystal Tower, into Eureka Orthos or something like that. I mean, it seems weird to start from floor 10, but it still is like the hub area where you can continue, start a new run or start from where you left off or something like that. I don't know, dude. They didn't show anything past floor 1. Well, like technically floor 10, but it's fine. Do a patrol once it reaches a dead end, choose one of 3 sides of the room and lean into it once it reaches, yes. So once it walks into the room like this, it'll pick between like left, middle, or right. Once it does that, it'll go straight and then backwards. It won't like circle around as Desi. You know, like it won't like venture around the room to see like what's in the room. It'll just go like in like a 3-way pattern. It'll pick one way to go, and then it'll just commit to it and then go backwards. Now, the other only RNG factor is how far it goes into the room. So sometimes it'll go all the way to the wall. Sometimes it'll literally take 3 steps and then come back. So it kind of just depends on its mood. Sometimes it'll stop, wait around, and then go. Sometimes it'll actually like literally turn around right away, which you see in Heaven on High a lot. So you know, it all kind of depends. Wait, did I not level? Oh, okay. Well. Hey Nonar. Electric Boogie. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I don't know why it didn't give me an alert, but it's alright. All good. I could see the story being like 1 to 30 reach that second looking thing that shows trailing the entire forest are in that moon. Yeah, I mean it could be. I mean, it's just insane. I mean, what if you go down just to go back up, you know? But, I mean, the possibilities are still kind of endless. And it is Crystal Tower after all. We could just end up going into different dimensions and different whatever. Like, it could start implementing time and whatever. Just don't know. I think that's what's the greatest part about it. Reverse coils, yeah. I think it'd be great, no matter how you look at it. I can't wait. I want the content to show up in 2 weeks, but it's okay. Gotta be patient. 90 boss throwing hands with the second moon. Yeah. They pulled an Endwalker on us and bait us into thinking EO ends in EO, like they led to Zodi was the end. Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah. You just end up in the moon. Oh my god. But I think, isn't the storyline seemingly to touch upon the dark side of the moon, potentially? Because we saw that screenshot? Or video shot? Don't you go through the Crystal Tower to get to Cloud of Darkness? Wouldn't it be great if this were just in the void? It could be, Catman. Like, you're not wrong. But I think, though, wasn't it like, I think I'm not sure about the void, though. Because, like, Crystal Tower was go through the entrance, climb up Crystal Tower, and then at the top, the very top, you had the entrance to the void, right? Because they created the whatever was there. So, we're going down. I mean, the only kind of lore you'd have, theoretically, about going down is the twinning, which kind of goes into that, but of course that's a little modified from the first. But, you know, stuff like that could be there, so whatever is down there, who knows? I mean, you could also venture into what do you call it? Into the lore of Final Fantasy 3 and see what's up with that, like what happens in Crystal Tower, what happens to that story, to see any ideas of what goes on there, which I don't know personally. Oh, well, love me some coil aesthetics, so I'm super excited. Yeah, dude, T-Man, I don't know if you were watching that live letter, but I was so excited when I heard the coil boss theme, right? Calamity Unbound. They played that as the boss theme. I'm like, oh, let's go, dude. Like, I really like that boss theme a lot. Like, I haven't heard that in a while. When was the last time I heard that boss theme? I can't remember. Like, I know there was a piece of content that had it. Like, something more recent, but I don't remember where. And not my playlist. My playlist has it, yes, but... You know, I'm definitely talking about something more specific. See out the chests. Let's kill all these people. Get my levels going. The roulette maps had the music. Oh yes, that's right. When well, maybe not the same thing you're talking about, but when you have the bonus enemies show up, that's when the coil music shows up. Yes, that's where it is. Yep. Yes. You should ask Yoshi P to let you play New Deep Dungeon early. Give him a call. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Brokey. I'll say that in my GDQ outro. Or like, hey Yoshi P, if you're listening, let me play the new Deep Dungeon. Thanks, dude. XOXO, that's what I'll say. We'll forego the shoutouts. We'll just talk about me trying to get into Deep Dungeon early access. They have to die before the best part comes out. They do. Well, they tend to also escape before the best part comes around, right? Like, if they're not dead, they're probably leaving the playing field. Offered to play it as Black Mage, then might want to... You're right. I will. I mean, I don't mind. I like Black Mage a lot. I mean, that's what I'm going to be playing when the new Alliance raid comes out, so, you know. They were, by the way, I don't know if you guys have, like, been... frequenting Twitter and all that stuff. But I know that there's like at least 2 alliances that are happening for like streamers and 14 gamers and mutuals and stuff. I don't think I'm doing any of them, but I do want to do the alliance raid. The only reason I'm not doing it is because like one of them from Darien is like the moment the patch comes up, and then I think the other one from Kugan is like when I stream, so I can't do any of them because I don't think I want to wake up that early, and I can't do the one later. So I do want to do the Alliance, because the gear looks really good, but I probably don't end up doing it I'd probably just do it in my own time. Yo, what's up, Absolute Paradox? How you doing? I see you've come back to a Deep Dungeon stream. Good to see you. Apparently you haven't had enough deep dungeon in the past 24 hours, so good to see that. Come here, Minotaur. I wanna AoE you people. Alright. Oka! I think that's my AoE. I'll just single target because I'm lazy. Okay. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's just, man, every time we talk about it, I just want the content right now. I'm still working on that video series. We have 2 videos out. We have the discussion on the Dreadnought Pomander, and then we have now the discussion on the Demi Generator. The next one I'm gonna try to get in next week. That's my goal, is to get it out by next week. We're gonna talk about potentially doing Eureka Orthos as your first time, like a first timer to both Deep Dungeon or EO. So that will be the discussion about that, maybe getting prepared and all that stuff. That'll be the next one. Are they gonna nap later? You're still dying from watching Sheila. Yeah, I had a nap earlier. Actually, when she ended earlier, I took my nap. But I needed one. I was really busy this week with IRL parties and whatnot, gatherings and such. So now it's like I'm just trying to catch back on my sleep. I think I caught back up. I had like a 2-hour nap earlier. It was really nice. A really good nap earlier. So I should be okay for today and all that stuff. Yes, I will. That's one reason I can't do the Kugan, Alliance thingy, because that one starts at 8. But I have planned Palace of the Dead 121 plus on Paladin on Tuesday, because I'm gonna set up Paladin next week. So I guess since we're on the topic, next week, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Tuesday, we're going to be doing Red Mage Heaven on High. So we're going to take a little venture into Heaven on High on a Tuesday. On Thursday, I'm going to set up a Paladin run, so that when the Tuesday comes around on January 10th, I'll be able to do Paladin 121 plus. Sunday, we set up one of our files for GDQ. And that's happening Sunday, because GDQ starts next Sunday. Not this Sunday, next Sunday. So we're gonna, you know, kind of timing wise and everything, we're gonna start up and get our files set up for GDQ on next Sunday. Because I can't believe it's getting so close. Like, I think about it, I start to get a little nervous about it. Oh man. But yeah, so that's what we're coming in. How many files? I have 5. I have 1 in my I have 2 in my Primal, 2 in my Crystal, and 1 on EU as a super emergency. I'm going to set up 2 on my main as complete backup, just in case. I really shouldn't need that much, but you know, I just like to be over prepared. So, like, what's gonna happen is I set up the first file next Sunday, and then on patch day, January 10th, we do Paladin 121 plus, and then on Thursday, the day before GDQ, I will set up my second and last file on my main, and then Friday, no stream on my end. We'll do the GDQ run on Friday. Yep. I need to park my character in between 170. Because that is where I promised that I will be. Absolute worst case scenario is I'll just use my alt instead of my main. Because both of my alts, my Primal and my Crystal, are there. They are parked in between the floors. So I gotta get my main character there. And really, I mean, it sounds like I'm getting close to the, you know, when we're supposed to do the event, but if I park my character there now, I can't do content on my main character. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's why I'm gonna delay it as long as possible so I can actually do some of the patch content, maybe do some main story, whatnot. But I can't do it now, because otherwise I can't play the game. Goof, hello. The legendary unlucky day got 6 DCs in a row, needs 7 file. I know some people were talking about, you know, Friday the 13th, but I'm like the same, you know, I'm kind of along the lines of like, when people talk about, you know, what happens when you see a black cat crossing the street. Me, it's just like, well, the cat just wants to get to the other side, like, it means nothing to me. So that type of superstition stuff isn't really, you know, that type of superstition stuff doesn't really have any bearing on me. I don't really care. Tweety's out the patch. Yeah, it's sick. Like the timing of the patch and GDQ is just really good hype for the game. So what's up, Necro? How you doing? I was half hoping it would be on the 10th because it's gonna be so hype for the game. You get a new patch, it brings everyone back into the game, and then that Friday, boom, it's on GDQ with like a huge audience. You know, to really like boost up the game and get it really hyped and, you know, be like, hey, the new patch came out and all that stuff. And then 2 weeks after that, it's Ultimate, and then 2 months after that, it's in Deep Dungeon. But it's definitely interesting timing, and I'm all for it. I can't wait. I just hope we just do a good job, you know? All I'm hoping is that I'm able to go without problems, just a clean run. We get to the end, we see the duty complete, and I do my thing. That's what I'm hoping for. I feel like I'm as prepared as I possibly can be, so... Yeah, it is January 13th, currently scheduled for 6:32. Actually, let me take a look at it right now. I don't know if it's shifted. It might have shifted. Let's see. Oh, it's 30 minutes later. Oh, it's now 6:55 p.m. Eastern. Okay, it's adjusted. Let me change the night timer then. It's changed to 6:55. That's better. I wanted it a little later than earlier. I haven't looked at it for like a couple weeks. Let me change it right now. Where is it? Wait, is that a command? Oh, it's a command because I didn't put it on the timer. AGDQ 6:55. It was interesting. So why the time shifts? In case anyone doesn't know why the time is changing, etc. It's because one of the interesting things that you have when it comes to speedruns, because a lot of the games there are speedruns. Like mine is not considered a speedrun; it's considered a challenge run. So we're not really necessarily going fast. We're just looking to complete. But the speedruns, they have estimated times, you know, based on whatever strategies they employ. But the communities are not like dead. Like, you know, you don't submit a run and then like, you know, everyone doesn't play the game anymore. Like people are continually playing the game. So estimates are changing. People are finding new strategies after they submitted. Routes are getting changed, routes are getting faster. So there was a little bit of a period of time when people was like, hey, my route changed. We're actually doing a run like 20 minutes faster, you know, so here's the new estimate. But then there was a point when people started to be like, hey guys, like, you know, maybe don't change your runs because it keeps shifting the schedule. So maybe, you know, kind of change there, but that's why the time kept like kind of fluctuating here and there. And then on top of that, we're Friday, so we're 6 days into the marathon. I mean, what happens if there's technical difficulties on like day 3, or a runner doesn't show up or something, or they insert a bonus game? So like the time can shift for a multitude of reasons. Of course, it's just a guesstimate, but you know, that's why it's all kind of fluctuating here and there. But yeah, but I'm a little bit happier that it was pushed more forward instead of, or rather more into the later hours instead of earlier. So I think later is better. But 7 o'clock, man, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Oh, by the way, which I didn't talk about, because I told a couple of my, I told my mods, I told some of my teammates on Twitch, but they did ask me to do an interview beforehand. So roughly about 2 hours, they have scheduled at 4:45. About 2 hours before the run, they'll do an interview with me, and I think J-Hobbs is going to do the interview. So we're going to talk about the run. Like, they're just going to ask me questions about the run. So I agreed to that. I'm like, sign me up. Just like, I'm all for it. So look forward to that on the day of. I'll try to keep everyone informed, like, when it's happening, because it sounds like it's going to be live as opposed to recorded. So yeah, it's going to be kind of cool. We have that. I think the GDQ Twitter page is gonna probably post like a social media video that I sent in sometime in the next coming week or this week or something to hype up their event. But yeah, there's a lot going on and it's been a lot of fun. But like I said, I'm gonna try to do my best to make sure that it goes smooth on my end, because it's all under my control. I am in control of what happens. So if I botch it, it's on me. I hope I don't botch it. Like, say some game knowledge? Dude, I don't know. I can flex some deep dungeon knowledge, but like, you know, don't ask me about lore, don't ask me about raid, because I can't give you answers there. I'm kind of dumb to that. Biftech, I appreciate that, man. I'm looking forward to it. It's just gonna be so awesome. The thing I hope for Biftech is that it opens the door to more people trying it. Like, I know Chila was talking about it, although that's, if you guys don't know, I always joke with her about not swearing. She has a redeem on her channel about not swearing for 10 minutes. I told her put it in there. But part of that is because, like, you know, like, she can totally submit for GDQ, but she has to not swear as much. If she's gonna be on GDQ. But someone like Finn, I think Aurora, everyone in the community will probably agree those two definitely will be so good for that show. But I also think, like, something like Criterion, which is 4-man, would be very eligible for a GDQ. You know, if you get a really good team that's really good at Criterion, I think that's gonna be awesome. And so I hope it kind of motivates people in Final Fantasy XIV in general to kind of not just look at it as a pure speedrun, because I think the people who have been submitting for 14 have been doing legit speedruns, like trial speedruns, ARR, you know, main story speedruns, so on and so forth. But hopefully it's just like, oh, well, maybe, you know, you can just do something that just looks really hard and then do it as a challenge run. I would love to see more 14 things. And that's also partially why I hope that it goes without a hitch. You know, if we can just kind of continually show, like, okay, it's an MMO, it's online, but hey, there's still some reliability with trying to do this type of run. And I think it really would, you know, let GDQ know that they could accept more 14 gamers and do stuff. So I just hope everything goes okay. That 35-minute no swearing yesterday was Chef. I know, dude. So I woke up, absolute paradox. I woke up. I had her on my TV when I was sleeping because I knew that she was gonna go overnight for me. So I left it on the TV. Like, I would leave GDQ on the TV as my sleeping sound, because I can't sleep without sound. Like, I know there are people who, like, they need to sleep with, like, white noise, right? Like, the AC is loud, or the fan is loud, or, like, some buzzing sound. I can't. I'm gonna go crazy if I do that. So I always listen to music, or I have the TV open, which is a little bit more rare, but because I knew that she was gonna stream for, like, a crazy amount of time, I had the TV on. So when I woke up, I put that in there. I said, you know, no swearing for you. But then I got up, I took a shower, I did my morning routine, I came back to my PC, and that's when I'm like, okay, the timer's still here, like, did anyone else redeem this thing? And yeah, that's when you guys said, like, you know, no, she has to just stop swearing. I'm like, oh, that's great. More exposure Deep Dungeon gets, the better. And it's perfect timing too, Ray. With the new one coming out, oh man, it's just perfect. Like, absolutely perfect, in my opinion. That's maybe a fan sound even in freezing winter. Yeah, like, I get it. Like, I get people need to do that. I have a couple friends that are like that. I had to bunk in with a friend of mine in Vegas that I knew she preferred white noise, so like I tried to accommodate for that, and it was just lucky that I was tired, because normally I'd have the TV on, but like she was just like, yeah, I kind of like the white noise. I'm like, okay, I'll turn off the TV. But yeah, I have to have like just a sound going in. I can't sleep with white noise. I tried so hard to host you and Ben realized that yes, hosting is gone, only waiting. That's right. No sweating for so long. Hey, look, like, it's a meme. It's a meme, guys, but you're gonna help her out. If you guys can make her not swear for like an hour, then she can do GDQ. That's how you look at it. So, we gotta train her, man. We gotta train her to get good at not swearing. A lot of people are clearing Deep Dungeon, says Absolute Paradox, even if it's up to 100 and Heaven High for equivalent. A lot of people are doing Deep Dungeon right now. It's as usual. right before, like, during this dead area patch, that's when you will see more people try to approach the content, streamers alike and everything, and it's just great. Like, you know, when new content shows up, that's when a lot of your typical creators will come in, they'll do the content, you know, they'll do awesome jobs with it. But after all that hype is gone, that's where we come into play. And that's when we start getting hyped in, you know, kind of sustain people playing this game, etc. He's over an elemental. Wait, does that not actually take... Ooh, it doesn't! Well, that's nice. It's either I forgot, or I didn't realize that Meikyo doesn't actually use the NP. I think before it did. Like, if you NP'd with Meikyo on, it would, cast it out. We now some new details that actually pushed me to finally go deep into the dungeons. That's not bad. I've seen worse. Good, go deep. Boo this man. No, I just need Shinten. Wow, this is really nice. I just have to use it in time. I don't know why I'm keeping... I should just go at this point. What's the point of me killing more? I don't really need to kill more. I mean, I guess it will make my life easier if I kill more, but I'll just go to the boss, whatever. I'll just use a steal. This is a clear for Samurai after the EW changes. This is my first time on Samurai since EW in specifically Palace. I think I did take it into Heaven on High, but I haven't done it in Palace yet. So, doing it for the first time in Palace. Like, dude, it's been a whole year since Endwalker has come in. This is my first opportunity to actually go into Samurai. And Dragoon was my first opportunity as well. But, I mean, we had 6 months of Astro. We were trying to clean up all the other jobs, so, you know, I essentially just didn't have time to try out the other jobs, but you're here now. Yo, what's up, High Sound? How you doing, man? Did I miss you saying hi earlier? I think I probably missed you. I was probably on some tangent. I hope you're doing well. How are your runs going, by the way? 2 times? Yeah, sorry. I know, I try my best, but sometimes I just whip it. Good for you to persist, though. I don't mind that, honestly. You know, it's fine. Like, if I just, like, whiff the thing, then repeating it is not a bad thing at all. Especially if you're just saying hi. Hey! Aw, see, it just starts kicking in, man. You get that first clear, boom. Again, we're gonna do an ad, 2-minute ad when we kill the boss, so I'll BRB in 2 minutes, guys. Thank you for watching. Let's get the ads out of the way, shall we? 2 minutes, BRB. And we shall continue. 531. I'll tell you after... Alright. Okay. Let us continue here. Yo, the tactic songs are coming in strong today. And the 2 major upgrades of Samurai from the Shadowbringers. One, it's the fact that Shinten is, actually, maybe you can argue 3. One is Shinten being dropped 10 levels, so that I could use in Palace now, where it was only Heaven on High before. I think Meikyo giving you buffs now instead of just giving you the stickers. That's really good. And also, I know some people were kind of not happy with the Kaiten removal, but I'm not gonna lie, I think in Deep Dungeon I do like the fact that Kaiten is gone, because it does make it a little bit simpler to get like Higabana up and everything. Like Kaiten Midari was real nice, but Kaiten Hikabana was kind of annoying, and now it's like a little bit better in my opinion. That's my opinion though. Just the animation? Yeah, the animation and the flow of it are kind of nice. Yeah, I won't disagree with that one. But having Shinten now is just gonna be crazy. Because before, like in Palace of the Dead, like 60 content, you were kind of struggling to see like what the hell you were gonna use your Kenki on. Like you just basically had the gap closer in and out, and like Kaiten Midari, like that's it. Like you didn't really use your gauge for anything else. But now it's like you want to save it now for bursts. And Power Session Dark Knight for the intuition, you got it, dude. Yo, what's up, Chaos? I guess we'll do that. We'll do this. That. Maybe I could do AoE pull. Let me do a steal here. I want to do an AoE pull. With a potion. Easy game. Instead of all the missing. No drops though on the. I gotta rage. No drops on the chests though. That feels bad. I had to pick up the witching. So welcome back to the ad. It started brutally difficult. Got debuffs every possible floor from 72 to 89. As Reaper, which I'm not experienced on, but I managed to get through them with decent palms, going 91 plus. Then on the craziest thing possible, which was like astronomical. Alright. Part 2. Waiting for part 2. Yeah, my Reaper run, when I came back to Reaper and Heaven High, I got obliterated by debuffs on my end. Like, it was just ridiculous how much the game just didn't like me. It happens though. God damn it. I have a clip. I can permit you. Just have the clip ready and I'll permit you. I can do it right now. I can't look at it right now though, but I'll open it and then I'll check it after stream. Bad Zelda says, shower thought. Wait, let me read Boogeyman. Level 90 Samurai is just Shinten spam simulator. You can't end it? Yeah, you can't. Alright, let me open it, but then I'll check it after stream. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll check it after stream. Bad Zelda says, had a shower thought that tab target combat is the sequel to turn-based combat? The sequel to turn-based combat. I guess I can see that. Alright, wait, let me look at it now. Hold on. Let me see this. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, you should post that on, like, Twitter or something. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, I've never seen that. I've gotten 2 Odins in a floor once, like, once. Not back-to-back like that. What the fuck? And already having one in the bank, too. Holy shit. So... yeah. Or if you're pessimistic, you'd be like, well, you should have bought a lottery ticket instead. Instead, you played Final Fantasy 14. You logged in and you went into 81 plus or 91 plus, shall I say? So it feels bad. So what's up, Ada? Ada, how you doing? Happy Thursday, my dear friend. Right? Oh, that's not what I wanted to hit. That's also not what I wanted to hit. Hitting a lot of buttons I don't want to hit. Okay. Just finishing watching with some anime. Ooh, what's the anime? What's the anime you guys are watching? See the one too? Hell yeah. The double boom? Double boom is common. Oh my god, Samurai's strong. Samurai is strong. I mean, I have strength on, but yeah, Samurai's strong as hell. Safety. Alright, let's go. Oh, you watched Chainsaw. How do you find Chainsaw Man? Was it good? Something I was kind of debating on, because I know there was a lot of hype with Chainsaw Man, but watching Bleach. They have a new one, right? They have a new Bleach coming or out or something. Or was that just a movie? I did that wrong. Oh, Spy Family. This one was good. Like, just good. Not like great, just good. Hit me! Good boy. You really like Chainsaw Man? I was kind of interested to see if it was like, you know, if it was living up to the hype, you know. One minute Meikyo is just a lot of damage. Ooh. Very brutal. Okay. You definitely did. The animation went above and beyond. Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, because I'm currently going through Overlord right now, but I always like to have something like, you know, like after. Like, what am I doing after that? I don't have one after that right now. Very slowly going through Overlord. Mob Psycho Season 3 soon. What level am I? 55. Okay. Oh, I have my gap closer. Right. Overshot. It's okay. Flight? Yeah, sure. Could get a treasure room. Thought I'd get that aggro. I read Chainsaw Man. I still need to catch up on it. I have some volumes not read yet. Need to grab them and go off the bookshelves and read. Okay. I mean, it sounds like a game plan to you, Ada. But I can't be bothered to watch anime. It's fair. Yeah, I mean, I very slowly get through shows because I watch it with a really good friend of mine. We try to just see as much as we can, but you know, it's always good to kind of have the options, I guess you could say. Have my options open. Yo, that slide cast! Oh my god. What a slide cast. Alright, so I have almost my full kit. What am I missing? Oh, meditate. Is that it? That's it. Okay. I have this bad habit with anime where I like a show, then forget about it for weeks. I'm on
Had the
10
closest
episodes.
set ever at 5 seconds left on 170 low. Too many mimics, too many mistakes, but I made it through.
Okay. I mean, that means, you know, you use your time to the maximum, Patchwork. Thank you for the 6 months. What's up, Z? Hello, Miss Z. How you doing? Nice stream you had today. Guys, I watched Zuon try to climb a cliff for 2 hours. It's great. That's actually not even an exaggeration. She was just trying to climb a cliff for 2 hours. And then she got there. And like, you know, people were like not believing in her, but she did it. In Pokemon, specifically. I have like 2 anime with one episode left to watch. Been sitting there in my list for like 1-2 years. Ada, we need to talk about this thing where you don't like to finish stuff. We need to like sit you down and just make you finish things. Chain you to like the chair so you can finish something out there. I am good. Ms. Z, how you doing? Busy as hell, but it's okay. Finally, I think this week I'm finally getting back on schedule. I've had so many like gatherings and holiday stuff and everything. I think finally we're kind of getting back on like normal schedule stuff. But thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're recovered after your your Pokemon adventure today. Holidays are finally starting to mellow again. Yeah. Not the humans though. The humans outside are still a little crazy. I don't know why, but they're still a little crazy out there. But yeah. Reading manga is much more manageable. I mean, it's fair. I don't watch seasonal anime. Wait, something's still on me. Oh, because you spawned. Way too much for me. I'm still finishing anime for 2 weeks. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're watching, right? I mean, if you're trying to get through One Piece, that's gonna be tough. If you're trying to get like through Naruto, that's gonna be tough. But there are certain animes that are definitely a lot shorter than, you know, 1,000 episodes. Transitioning from watching anime to reading manga. That's fair. What level am I? 57? Oh, this was flighted, right? Okay. Watched Naruto twice in One Piece. I got through both Naruto and Shippuden, but I didn't really get through too much of Naruto, only because I just didn't have time. Like, I got through a lot of it, but then I just like didn't have time to keep going, and I just did other things. I never got into One Piece though. Never got into that. I think for me, the animation was a little tough for me to get into for One Piece. Like, I watched it for a little bit, and like, I kind of would rather just watch something else. I know it's good, but yeah. My favorite. Yeah, I like it too. It was a really good watch. I was pretty happy with it. My time spent doing it. Yeah, we'll go this way. Chop chop. Luring trap. Do I really need a luring trap? Maybe. Actually, I might need a luring trap if I want to get to 60. Yeah, that's fun. That was a 90-71 to 80 chest wire. Three spare raising. On top of the 3 I already had and 1 active. Yeah, don't worry, your next 2 runs, you're never gonna see your raising ever again. It's fine, it all balances out. This is how it goes in Deep Dungeon. I'm getting close and close to Century Tiger. Ooh, wow, that's close. How many do you average like on a daily basis? Boogeyman. I don't know how that works out. Yeah. Some days pretty high, some low. Like what would you say is an average? Like do you get like 10? 1? Maybe like I guess weekly would be a better question. Like do you get like 5 a week or something like that? 10 a week? Good days like wow, okay, dang. That's a lot. Strength. Sure. Witching? Average like 7 to 10. Okay. That's actually really nice. Okay, so yeah, you're really close. You're very close. Oh, you spelled it wrong, high sound. Try again. The time changed, by the way. It's actually now 6:55. I just looked at it, and it's actually different again. Which is fine. It happens. It is on Friday, January 13th. Actually, if you look at the schedule website, the website will auto-adjust to your time zone, assuming your computer is set to the time zone that you're using. So I have it set at Eastern, but if you're not sure what Eastern translates to you, just check out the website and then search for my name or search for Final Fantasy XIV, you'll get the answer. Jesus. I hit the wrong combo. That's the thing I'm gonna have to remember on Samurai. You know this song? It's a good song. This song good too. I wonder how fast I can blow up the 40 boss with like full gauge. I wanna see. I'm gonna hold my gauge for this. It will not be 60 though. Oh good, okay, I'm glad. Yeah, I know for like I'm not sure where you live, High Sound, but also you don't have to tell me. I know the time slot is like it might be just early enough for EU. It's a little early for JP or Oceanic. So wait, did I use the safety? Sweet. Oh, okay, good. Alright. Yeah, I know some people might be just a little early, a little too late for EU. I know that's like what? That's like that's just about 1 AM midnight-ish. So, but I think for like a majority of time zones, I think it's not bad. You know, it's like not the dead of night for anyone, and I think that's kind of cool, right? It's a really, really good time slot. I mean, it's prime time NA. I mean, 7 o'clock at a Friday night, that is prime time NA. And I'm just really, like, I'm just really appreciative that that is the time slot we got. Like, that is a very sexy time slot. Is at night. Yes, yep, that's at night. So essentially that's, like, 4 hours ago. Yes, so okay, so if you wanted to do time-wise, like what it is right now, it's 4 hours ago, basically. That's right. Yeah. Right, if anything, the VOD will be there, but... I can actually do this in the Madari, Meikyo later. Okay, that's good. But it's way more fun. I know. Yeah, I understand that too. Of course. I know how that feels. I don't know if I can get my levels here. I don't know if I really want to try. Amount of S-Ranks I miss whenever I queue into a duty. It's like they have me monitored. Damn. 10 AM for you, Absolute Paradox? Nice. I don't think I get my level, so I'm just gonna go. Alright, let's see how... I want to see how fast we blow up the 40 boss. Also, again, we're gonna play ads when we kill the boss. We'll do a 2-minute ad when we kill the boss. It just heads up when you see ads. Appreciate the support, guys. Alright, let's see how we do this. I have missed this if you said it, but I'm curious what made you choose. I will say that after the ad high sound, so stick around. I'll do it when the ads finish. I forgot about Shinten. Oh my god, I'm hitting the button. I've done it faster on other jobs, but... Alright, BRB in 2 minutes, guys. Ads will come in, and then we'll answer that question for high sound in 2 minutes, so thank you for watching. Meantime, we shall keep going. Although, I guess to be fair, I wasn't 60. Maybe that's also why my damage is a lot lower. Well, not a lot lower, but it was lower. Ada says, so remember that floating chest I showed in Discord? I do. That run of Heaven on High, the other Lala got the Dodo mount! Raw. Is that a raw in anger, or like, did you not get it? Okay, I'll answer that in a second. Pink Pez. I got two in the backup to answer right now. My own dumb random scream or whatever. Really? You do that IRL too? You've become the... Hey! Let's go. How was that cutscene? Was it good? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Sometimes. Got it. There's 60 and meditates. You're over? Okay, I'm gonna wait about 30 seconds high sound, because I gotta answer another question. I'm not sure if Pink has data ads. I'll give it a second. Uh oh, I may not have enough here. You're out! Okay, cool, okay. So Pink Pez asked, what do you need to do to get Time-Worn artifacts? Okay, the Time-Worn artifacts are the relics for Endwalker. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. The relics for Shadowbringers, I'm sorry. That is in Boja. And it goes to the whole line of Boja, and there I don't know what quest it is, like it's been a long time. But basically there's a quest line that asks you to collect like 15 time-worn artifacts, and you either do it in Deep Dungeon, or you do it in Diluvium Regine. So in essence, I've just left the quest open, and that's why I still picked them up. Now, the requirements for that is just to basically do Palace of the Dead or Diluvium, and that's how you get it. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a meme at this point for me. Like, I've left the quest up for no reason whatsoever, other than just the fact that I keep collecting these things, and right now I have, we have currently 891. So, you know, we're almost to a full stack. You only need like 200, I think was it 255, I think, for like all the weapons. So, you know, it's just a little overboard, but it's fine because it's just funny. No, I only have like no, I don't have any of the relics because I didn't care. Like they didn't look pretty enough, so I didn't get them. I never used them anyway. I think I used one of them to like push the quest forward so I could open up the one for Raw Emotions. Because, like, the one for Raw Emotions is after the Time one, right? So I needed to do the quest to get to this point, so I have the Raw Emotions one open as well, and we have 328 there. But yeah, I'm just collecting them just because it's just funny at this point. Like, I'll never, ever get rid of the quest, for any reason, other than I want to get a full stack and I'll be happy. Okay, so High Sound's question. Why did I pick 171 plus? So technically speaking, I didn't pick it. What I had submitted, High Sound, was I was able to submit 4 runs. Basically, you can submit one game, and then you can do like 4 categories for that one game. So I submitted Machinist 171 to 180, Machinist 181 to 190, and also Black Mage 171 to 180, and Reaper 181 to 190. So my logic was the following. Machinist was there because that's kind of like the current one that I'm super confident with. I have full confidence I can clear that job. It's the one that is popular with most people. I mean, Behemoth looks really sexy. And also, like, 181 plus, I think, for any job looks difficult. Whereas in comparison to doing like 191, where sometimes 191 is really like a victory lap depending on the palms you have, right? And there's a lot of RNG involved with even getting there with palms. But I tried to just showcase the ones that are really good. We did Reaper 190, or rather 181 to 190, because I thought Godfather and Melee was a good showcase of difficulty, you know? And then Black Mage was there because Black Mage is Black Mage, and I don't know if Black Mage translated to looking difficult to the viewer, but I figured that is a difficult challenge, so we put in 171 there. But the committee picked the classic, 171 to 180 Machinist. I think, you know, if I had to put money on why they picked it, probably Behemoth. You know, they saw Behemoth and what it was involved, and that's probably why they went with it. Yeah, that's why that set was picked. I mean, I would like to know why they didn't pick the other ones, but you know, I'll leave that for like maybe another discussion or something. I think a lot of people would definitely suggest that would be the most difficult DPS. But also like it kind of came down to like how it looked, because you have to also cater to the viewer that has never seen the content before. So one of the arguments I made, right, I think with our community, if we were to say, okay, what's the hardest job that you could probably do in Deep Dungeon? I think everyone will say Astro, right? Not a single person would disagree with that one. But the thing is, like, what does Astro look like to someone who's never seen 14? Like I think it's gonna be boring as hell, right? You don't understand the context of why it's difficult. Like, we all know it's difficult because it's a healer, because it has low damage, because of all these characteristics of the job. But if you're trying to showcase it to like a guy off the street, I don't think it translates well. So I didn't bother submitting it. So I think that's probably why Machinist was picked, maybe. Because it looked fun, it looked hard, it looked exciting. So, yeah, that's probably why. But that was my logic with the other jobs as well. Black Mage would have been super sketch in the marathon setting. I would have had confidence. I mean, like T-Ban, like I would have gone through the same training that I did with machinists, where we've done like, I don't know, 12 machinist runs since like 2 months. Like I've done so much machinist, so I would have been okay with trying to do it. I think I would have been able to pull through, especially if it was at least 171. But you know, I honestly tossed Black Mage in there as a Hail Mary of like, okay, if they really wanted to see something really hard, and you know, if I had a chance at getting in there, let's just toss this Black Mage one to maybe hope for the best. Like, I honestly didn't think Machinist would get in, because like, I submitted my live tutorial Machinist videos. Like, honestly, like, I think I do make Machinist look a little easy. Like, we actually, you know, go through the floors very smoothly, no real issues, and I don't know if that translates to a good show, but they thought it did. I was very shocked when I saw that it got accepted. Because I submitted Deep Dungeon, because when I was going through the submission rules, they said that you could submit a challenge run, a run that legitimately is just a challenge. It's not speed, you know, it's just really hard. So I'm like, okay, there's my open door to go for Deep Dungeon. But I had also submitted Stray, because actually, as of today, I am still the world record holder for the PS5 glitchless. No one has beaten my time for PS5, so it's kind of cool that I actually hold a world record. But I figured that would be a chance. I submitted my solo attempt at it, and we submitted a race, a 3-man race, to do glitchless Stray. And amongst anything else, I'm like, okay, Stray must get in, you know, over Deep Dungeon. And then we got declined for Stray. They submitted, they accepted, I think, an unrestricted run, which honestly, that makes sense to me because it's more, it is more technical. It probably looks a lot more fun than just, you know, just doing the game, like, really fast. But yeah, I was just very shocked when I saw that they announced it. How could they decline a... Well, they declined, they don't have Elden Ring, but Elden Ring was already in, what do you call it? He was already in Games Done Quick last time, so they can't do that one. Yo, Hog, what's up, dude? Thank you for the raid, I appreciate that. Chowderhead says, I mean, GDQ also has, like, blindfolded Mike Tyson Punch-Out. I think they go for challenge being exceptionally hard while also being flashy. Yeah, that was kind of, like, the definition, right? That it was just an extreme difficulty. And I also feel like, I think putting in the fact that we're on two hands the keyboard probably aided in that. Like, initially, when I submitted it, I did not put that in the submission. And then I'm like, wait a minute. We should put that in the submission, so maybe that helps. I don't know. But I really tried to sell it as much as I could, in terms of seeing if, like, you know, they would accept the run. Yeah, I guess I did just enough for them to consider it. Guys, check out Hawk, a 14 gamer streamer. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was good. Thank you for gifting a sub, by the way, to Sailwind. Appreciate that. I hope your stream was good. Let me know what's up and how you do. How did you do? You could do no sustaining. I could. Well, like, are you asking me to, or are you asking me if it's actually doable? Like, I've tried, but I failed only because I'm dumb. Aurora has successfully done it. I just keep having, like, some misfortunes on my run. Because I keep trying to push the limit of that, and I fail it, so... But it is very possible to do it. I saw someone do Behemoth as an archer. Oh, is that Aurora? That's probably Aurora. Because he did it recently. He cleared on, I think, Archer recently, right? So, that's probably who you were watching. A good buddy. The healer master himself. As a challenge because you failed that time? I mean, it would definitely be a consideration, because that would kind of train me for Eureka Orthos. I'll keep it in the bank to kind of go back to it. I kind of do want to complete that challenge. I've just been dumb with that, because I keep dying for stupid reasons. But it's totally doable. I just have to get good. Just wrapped up Final 2000 with the raid prog. Oh, cool! Oh, that was your last stream for the year, nice. Tomorrow is my last stream for the year. I think today would be my last 14 stream. I'll be doing Crisis Core tomorrow, but I'm not gonna stream on Saturday. So this will, yeah, I guess in a way this is my last stream in this for the game. So it's kind of interesting to think about. This year went by pretty fast. Well, I mean, all the years go by pretty fast, but I think it goes a little faster because you know, got something to look forward to like right off the bat, like right when the new year comes in, boom, I have something to do. So it kind of is speeding up a little bit, but isn't Bard really hard for Benny? Yeah. Look, don't look at me, man. I'm not doing that. Go ask Aurora. It's beyond me because I'm not even there yet. Like, I've been doing other things, but yeah. I'm gonna miss this year. Best year of my life. Yeah, best year of your life. That's awesome to hear. What is up with this no? What? This is like the 4th time I've gotten no healing. My year was really good. Like, I would definitely say it's probably one of the better years I've had, if not one of the best ones too. I'm with you on that one. And that's you know, that's a whole year without like new deep dungeon. We haven't even stepped into the new deep dungeon yet. We're only talking about it and having information about it. So next year is gonna be really something. But definitely this year was pretty freaking solid, and I was very happy with this year. So I'm kind of with you on that one. A lot of things happened that I'm very happy with, and it was good. Good year. Very good year. And really, like, when it comes to Deep Dungeon, like, this year was a lot of preparation for next year. You know? Like, we in the Discord, with my moderators, with the Twitch team, there is a lot of things that we have been preparing for when Eureka Orthos comes out. And I just hope that we will all do a good job so that the content really like kicks into high gear, and you know, my guys, the guys that you know in the community very often, the Twitch team, which I get to plug in because I get to segue it in, that we will be the ones that you guys can go to for like really deep dungeon stuff. You know, a lot of people are gonna do deep dungeon. You can definitely guarantee that. A lot of people are gonna jump on the hype. They're gonna do their own thing. But I want to think that the guys in my Twitch team are the ones that you want like the real info. You want the hardcore runners. Those guys you check out. You know. You know, they're not gonna kind of go like one and done. You know, they get in, they get their title, they're out. They get in, they get their clear, they're out. No, these are the guys that are gonna go in like 20,000 times after that. So. But it's been a lot of preparation, and I hope all the plans are gonna go very smoothly. Worst year of my life, not gonna lie, due to IRL stuff. Hopefully coming years better. I wish for that too, Boogeyman. I know I've had a couple friends that have also, like on the flip side, have had pretty bad years. A lot of like bad things happening, but yeah, for sure. Hoping for that too, man. So much happened to me this year. Finally got PoTD cleared. Took 6 years on and off. Got a huge job promotion, which in turn allowed me to move away from my home finally. So yeah, this year's been nice. I hope it continues, Simon. Hope it continues. Oh, I love this song. Overkill. A little early with Third Eye. You being able to cycle to a specific target in Big Party accurately with both hands keyboard. How do you find? Well, I have my target here. So if you see my left hand right now, only hand on the keyboard, my Q and E are set to target. My Q is set to target things that are to the left of my character, and my E is set to target things to the right of my character. So it's essentially a combination of camera manipulation and then also hitting the right button to get to what I want to. So it's a way more accurate tap targeting, if you will. And that's how I usually manage it. This is how I did it in PvP as well. But also I have, I think it's Alt I think it's Alt E, where it's also. Let me actually take a look. I keep forgetting which one it is. Yeah, right here. So we have these two here. Alt E allows me to target the enemy that's targeting me, but Alt Q lets me target the enemy that's closest to me. So sometimes I will manipulate my position so the enemy that I want to fight is like the closest to my character. You know, like I'll stand in between two enemies and like get really close to their hitbox, and I know that that's gonna target if I hit target closest enemy. So there's just a lot of just like kind of that manipulation of movement and camera angles, etc. to get to what I need to. Tab target, you know, that's obviously sometimes it's frustrating with it, which I get, and especially the more targets you have, and especially if they're shifting distance, because I think tab target cycles through a specific distance of enemies. So if enemies are shifting around, then that changes all the time. Yeah, this gives me just more accuracy. That's how I do it. Chris Bodum, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Alright, Lazarus' exit. I hope so too. I'm gonna lurk for now. Says Hi Sound. I got a meal prep for the work weekend. Alright, see Hi Sound. It's been lovely talking to you. Hope you have a good day. I really would like to keep this camera, but I've always said a number of times, for me to use this camera, I have to use my actual phone, and I don't like getting a little bit disconnected with my actual phone. So, you know, you might see me shift back to the overlay when we're done with GDQ, but I might bring it back for Eureka Orthos. I think I can do a Strength Steal now and it'll carry into Edda. I think. Okay, good. Okay, where's the exit? Intuition. Not this way. Okay, that's the— ooh, that's a treasure room. Odds of new D to have new music? It already has. Oh, technically, I think the first floor of Eureka Orthos is playing, I think, like a very OG Eureka theme. I didn't quite hear it, but that's what people said. Like a 1.0 theme. So, but I'm sure it's gonna have, you know, Endwalker dungeons, Shadowbringer dungeons. I'm gonna play the in-game music when the content comes out. Until I get bored of it, then it will go back to my playlist. But yeah, you're gonna definitely expect me to play the actual music. I mean, we already heard. If you didn't see the live letter, Boogie, when Yoshi P went to the boss floor on floor 10, they were playing the Coil boss theme, Calamity Unbound. That's already new. I mean, it makes sense, it's Allegan, but, you know, it was very cool to hear that theme. The old ARR raid theme. So, I like it. I'm really interested to see. I'm interested to see if they will go back to Revenge Twofold, or if they'll start using Finality from Endwalker, or maybe neither, and they'll use something else. You know, it'd be really interesting to see. I'm not using Higamana, I forgot. Oh, whoops, too late. Not a big deal. Want to do an ad when we kill Edda? Heads up. Appreciate you guys' support, appreciate you guys being here. We blew her up, holy moly. Damn. She got wrecked. Alright, 2-minute ad, BRB guys, thanks for watching. Whew. I can't wait to keep doing Samurai in the higher floors. It's just gonna get more awesome as we go along. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, racing right off the bat. Hopefully I only need 3. Really unlikely though. Damn. Yeah, I thought it was unlikely. Hopefully a Shabti's walking over here, otherwise I have to go to the other room to get someone. Nope, I have to go to the other room. I just died on my PB and PoTD and Godfather, all because of my lust timing. And I had the worst setup for RNG I ever gotten on 4-1. Ooh, what happened? Just like bad debuffs and stuff like that, Goop. I can already picture the many Midori casts failing from a big hit or to move. Actually, I'm pretty used to Midori on my end, Boogie, unless you're talking in general. So I do have the slide cast down for Midori. I mean, I'm a caster, you know, so casting is not a problem for me. Like, I could see someone who's like a melee expert who never did mages has a problem with that, but Midori casting is no problem for me. Like there will be times where I get frustrated with it, but generally speaking, I should be okay. I got like 7 mimics, and literally all floors had debuffs. Hope I don't carry this luck into one. Probably not. I mean, if I were to bet, probably not. A lot of times 161 is a little tame on the debuffs versus especially 151, that's for sure. Oh, nice. That's what I was hoping for, a 3 kill right there. Oh, return to Oblivion. I'm gonna need more than this. Thanks for watching that ad, guys. I appreciate it. Oh, I had My Meikyo up. It's burrito time? Yo, have a good burrito. Cole Wolf, nice talking to you. I will keep the song on for another 4. You're in a burrito? I do like that emo demon. I want a taco. Only ever had it once after like 18 years. Really? You haven't had a taco for that long? Interesting. I mean, I guess depending on where you live, it may not be common, which I can see that. For me, there's a lot of Mexican places by me, so it's pretty easy to have a taco, but you know, it just depends on where you live, etc. I have to remember which one's the attack buff. I never remember. I think I did adjust my stuff to accommodate that it was going to be that one. To be honest, it was never really in my mind until I saw a person in the airport. That's fair. Oh, my alterations back. Okay, to the next floor. Going pretty fast here. Am I raising back? Ew! Strength is going really well here. Like basically use one strength and it's lasting me all these floors. Luminari!
Finally back to resubbing. Finally got my neck
Hey!
after only 3 behemoth kills.
Let's go.
Can't wait for the next DD and to watch you go through it, of course. D.
Yo, welcome to the club! In 9 months, that's Twitch baby, yo. Thank you so much for the continued support. Congratulations on Necromancer. 3 behemoth kills, let's go. You just had to drop the big boy and said, well done, dude. Welcome to the club. Happy to hear it. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to get to the new one. Oh my god, I'm just waiting, you know. Been waiting for so long. Can you imagine, guys? Like, do you guys realize that Heaven on High was released in 2019? Right? Was it? No, 18. I'm sorry. 2018 in July 2018. It's been almost 5 years. It'll be 4.5 years since the last Deep Dungeon got released in 14. It's a long time to wait for content. Like, I can't wait. Like, I was kind of sitting on this like potential tweak for a long time because back in at the end of Shadowbringers, like, I don't know if people were like I'm big on Twitter in the sense that I look at Twitter a lot, and I know there was so many people. They're like, guys, you know how long it's been since an ultimate? Oh my god, we're just waiting for this ultimate to show up. You know, it's been so long. And then they pushed it to Endwalker with Dragon, like, you know, they pushed it over because they thought they were gonna get an ultimate in the middle of Shadowbringers, right? Like kind of like 5.5 or something like that. And here I am sitting over here. I'm like, good for you. I'm glad you guys are complaining that you haven't had an ultimate in, you know, one expansion. How about getting skipped over the entire expansion? So it's gonna be like, man, it's gonna be... So that's 4.5 years, so that's what? almost 1,500 days, you know, without a new deep dungeon. We finally get one. But I'm patient, dude. I got a lot of things to do in the content, a lot of jobs to do, a lot of videos to make, all the content and stuff. So I've been keeping myself busy. I think we would have had a much different trajectory if we had the third deep dungeon show up in Shadowbringers, because I think once I got the news that we were not getting a third deep dungeon in Shadowbringers, I started shifting my focus to like more of the tutorials, more of these challenge runs, stuff like that. I wonder where I would have sat if we were already like in a third deep dungeon, you know? It would have been definitely interesting to see just how things would have developed, but you know, here we are, this is how it is. So Rasha, hello. Cynic, hello. Happy New Year soon to you, my friend. And also anyone else listening, Happy New Year's to you guys. You know, if I don't see you tomorrow, I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll be doing Crisis Core, more Crisis Core. Gonna almost wrap up the story tomorrow. Might do the Super Boss tomorrow. But if I don't see you then, definitely a Happy New Year to all of you, and I hope you all stay safe if you're gonna celebrate the New Year's. I'll be chilling at home. I'm not gonna stream, but I'll be chilling at home for New Year's the way I like it. It's like raining anyway. You know, I could go to New York City and do that whole craziness, which I did do one time. I did go to New York City a long time ago with my family. My parents got a room in the hotel that the window was facing into Times Square, so we didn't have to be in the crowd. Well, rather, like, me and my mom were not in the crowd, but my dad and my brother were in the crowd. So my brother was older and he wanted to experience that, but I was fine in the hotel room. So I had my experience in Times Square already, which I kind of remember. But yeah, like, you know, I could do that, but I'm not a party person. I just prefer to stay at home. No, the new one, Absolute Paradox. We're doing the Crisis Core Reunion. I'm trying to go Platinum on the Crisis Core Reunion. We're doing pretty good. We're a little past halfway for the trophies. Almost done with the missions. So I would suspect maybe 2 to 3 more streams and we'll finish up Crisis Core, probably. And I'm trying to bridge the gap till Fire Emblem because I want to play Fire Emblem Engage when that comes out. So just trying to play as much Crisis Core as I can until that game shows up. And you know, when I'm milking it, Platinum was a goal I really wanted because the original OG Crisis Core did not have achievements. So it's been a lot of fun so far. Hey Darth. So that's what we got coming up for the next 2 days. I'll be back on Sunday in the new year. First stream of the year. And we're going to be doing the continuation of this file, assuming I get it to 120 and 121. We'll do Samurai 121 plus. See if I can not, you know, not get myself killed like last time on Dragoon. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Are you gonna cheese the Super Boss with Guild Toss? I want to fight him pretty legit. I know that there's a cheese strat. I actually don't know what the cheese strat is. No, I wanna fight it like straight up, dude. That was my whole goal that I wanted to do. To have this like epic fight, and you know, it makes for good content too. Absolute Paradox, you know. I think cheesing the fight doesn't make for good content. I think fighting it like legit will. So I'm really excited. I can't wait. So like last stream, which was Monday, I got to the Super Boss, but it was basically like at the end of stream. So I'm like, okay, let's just look at the Super Boss. I'll just show you guys the Super Boss. And I was really excited. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to fight this thing. So, but I'm still trying to get through all the missions and get a little bit further in the story and all that stuff. Get a little bit more unlocks and then try to fight it. So, really excited. And when I played the original Absolute Paradox, I never actually beat Minerva at all. I got to her, but I wasn't able to beat her. But I beat the game and everything, I just never beat that one, and now we're doing it on hard mode, which I'm really excited about. So we're playing the entire playthrough on Reunion on hard. So it's going to be really fun and interesting. I got lazy to grind on my PSP, so I got cheese. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't. I can't wait, man. I'm just so excited about that fight. It's what I've been looking forward to this whole time. Was it almost like 20? Like almost? No, not 20. It's almost like I think 15 years. Almost been waiting to do this. A lot of patience. Boom. 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 Apples. Alright, let's go back. I can probably strength on the exit, and it should carry me into the boss. Alright, Mr. Mimic. Let's see what you got, huh? Not much. Oh my god. Hey, you don't have much, do you? Get wrecked. Darth, I hope you're doing good. Good to see ya. What do you want? Oh, did I not reset it? Oh, I didn't reset it. Oops. I don't think so. Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna open my VOD. I'm gonna get an accurate number here. Let me see. Hold on. No one noticed, so it's okay. We're doing okay. Mute that. We had... 35. So what are we at right now? You said 41. 35, so that's 7. So it's 7 mimics, I think. Should be more than that. Let's just do 8 mimics. Yeah, we'll do 8 mimics. Okay. There we go. Thanks for showing. Thanks for that correction. Yeah, so I like turned it on in a little bit of a rush because I didn't have it on, and then I just hit the on button. I didn't look at the original number. I know nowadays that there are things that can track it. I know, but I still do it manually. I hit a button and I do it, so. Rip. What do you guys think is the new transformation in Eureka Orthos? What is going to be... What are we transforming in Eureka Orthos? Quick. What are we doing? I honestly have no freaking idea. No clue. I'm not very well versed in Allegan lore, so I just don't know, but... Apaiza wouldn't make sense, but I mean, it is Allegan, so I mean, do they really make sense? Odin? A mini Odin? Allegan spear thingy, the ADS. Allegan melon would be kind of hilarious though. Oh my god, if it is the Allegan melon, I'm just gonna crack up so much. Can you imagine the symbol on the ground? It just looks like a watermelon? Because the symbol has to match the thing. So... Holy crap, we're deleting this enemy. The minion they showed. That's the Allegan Mandy, which we haven't seen in the game yet. Alright, I started a discussion, so I'm not gonna hit an ad, so we'll just go into the next thing. That's my bad for starting a discussion before ad, so we'll just skip the ad now. We'll do it on the next set. Allegan Spear, Wind Up Dalamod, Dreadnought has ranged knockback and Kirby AoEs as duty action. They showed it. Yep, they did. I have this perfect mental image now of a trap that looks like a Yoshi story melon. A tiny Bahamut. Hey, Rin. Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, dude, first time, you know. Trying to get that clear finally. Rin, I hope you're doing well over there. Hope WoW has been treating you well. How's WoW been going? And I hope the family is good. A tiny Amon? That would be interesting. You done with that? Okay, good. Got it. You got it out of your system. It was good during lull, but now prep. Yeah. I mean, I've been prepping forever, but yeah, no, I get you. For sure. Yeah, come back home and all that stuff. So. I mean, I'm gonna probably do a little bit of the Alliance raid only because the gear look really nice. It's tempting enough for me to actually do the content. I don't know when I'm doing it though. Like, I know there are two. I don't know if you're gonna do the events that some of the dudes are setting up. The streamer events. I don't think I'm gonna do either though. I can't do night because I'm gonna do deep dungeon. And then I can't do the day because I may not wake up when patch drops. So it's like, guess I'll just do it whenever, you know. They're all blue. I don't, dude. Every single one of them is blue. How could they do that to me? The caster set looked really good though. Like the caster one was like, I was like looking at all of them as Yoshi P was showing them. I'm like, oh, that looks good. Oh, this one looks really. And then they finished with the caster one. I'm like, great. Guess I'm gonna do this content. I was gonna do the content for the story, but I might do it more than, you know, one time. I did a Gaia like twice, I think, or maybe 3 times. Like, I didn't really do it that much. I didn't care for any of the gear. But... Hey! Congratulations, Minako! Let's go, dude. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. What'd you do it on? Okay, that was a little fortunate that I didn't die there. Alley raid would be good practice for the 90 kits. Yeah, but I don't have a lot of jobs at 90. I mean, I'm gonna do it on Black Mage. I know how to play Black Mage already at 90. So my Red Mage isn't even 90. My Red Mage is like 86. I kept timing on a warrior, so I switched to Gunbreaker, got it. Wow, that's nice, let's go. You know, it's such an interesting discussion, Minako, because I think more people are still clearing on warrior, but I think it's like a 2-to-1. Like every 2 warrior clears, you see a Gunbreaker clear. And there are still people who definitely will hold to Gunbreaker. I get it, Gunbreaker's great. I just personally don't like it as much because I just don't have fun. But that's not really a factor. Like, if I don't have fun, doesn't mean you can't have fun, kind of thing, you know? Or DPS is interesting, you know? That's very interesting to me because... it's very interesting to me because I thought Warrior was super Unga Bunga. You know why, Rin? This was the same case... This was the same case to me when we went from Stormblood to Shadowbringers with Red Mage, because I had pushed Red Mage so much in Stormblood because Palace of Dead, Heaven on High, and basically when we transitioned to Shadowbringers, it's like Red Mage to me was just the same job. Like, there wasn't really too much extra depth to it. So essentially, like, I liked Gunbreaker a lot in Shadowbringers, but then when we took it into Endwalker, it just felt the same to me. So it's just, to me, it wasn't as exciting as Warrior changes were with Long Tuition and the faster release and all that stuff. So I just had more fun with Warrior. And that's all it really came down to. It's like I would play Gunbreaker and I just wasn't having fun. So that's it. That's the only reason. And that they released Gunbreaker in a complete state. Yeah, probably, yeah. And I can completely, and that's probably why. I mean, like I said, Red Mage was essentially the same deal for me. As much as I love Red Mage, you know, I'll always back Red Mage. I'm gonna do Red Mage in Eureka Orthos. It's just, man, like Black Mage, the way they changed Black Mage into Shadowbringers, I was so excited to play that job. Like that was a lot of fun for me. And that's how I fell in love with Black Mage over Red Mage. Like Red Mage just wasn't doing it for me. They couldn't do anything this expansion without making a big change. Biggest change for healers was giving them... Yes, and what was interesting with healers, at least for Deep Dungeon, was it just basically made me get used to it, because I was doing Astro, so it just basically felt like Astro. So that was kind of cool, and I like that change a lot. Like, that was actually one reason I really like Astro, at least in Shadowbringers, was because it was so much faster to cast, and doing White Mage with a slow cast, trying to weave in Empyrean Potions, doing Scholar with a really slow cast, it was frustrating, but you had to do it because that was the only way. But yeah, I agree with that. So that's probably one reason why I'm bored of it, in essence. I mean, I still respect it for what it could do. Like I love what Gunbreaker can do. It's just you just won't catch me playing that job very often, because I'd rather just, if I had to pick between Warrior and Gunbreaker, I'm just playing Warrior all the time because I just have more fun. It's more exciting for me to play. But I will not deny Gunbreaker's capability at clearing Heaven on High, that's for sure. I think Warrior has overtaken Gunbreaker, but Gunbreaker's still really freaking good. Yeah, 13 minutes to spare. I think the extra DPS... Yeah, I think more so Minako when you know how to play that job. You know, if you're used to how the job functions and how it flows and you just played well, I think that matters, you know? I mean, it's almost like taking someone who's really good at Black Mage versus someone who's not. I mean, the better player is going to get more out of the job than someone who just doesn't like Black Mage at all. I mean, even if you're trying to force it in, you know, for the Omni clears, some people are just going to play it better, and that does factor into your results on the job. Alright, let's go. We are flying through the floors, I like it. Kind of, not really. Oh, this combo extension. I don't think I'm gonna get there, though. Oh, you didn't! I didn't get it. Oh, I did get it! Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Hey, Oj! Oh, I need to use that. I've been here a long time, I saw you got... I did! Thank you so much! It was, it was a run I was very proud about, Oj. We played 191... Actually, we played all the way up to 181 very well. My 181 plus was respectable, but my 191 plus was just... I was really proud about that. We played so good. And the game didn't give me much. It also didn't, like... It didn't also, like... threaten me that much either. It was just like... It was just, okay, good luck. You know, play well and you might get this. That was kind of what the game said. If you just play at a certain level, you're gonna get this clear. You know, sometimes the game, it feels like the game's trying to kill you. Sometimes it feels like the game's giving it to you. It was just right down the middle. And we had, I think, what, like 35 seconds left on the clock when I hit the thing. Very tight, but it was really good. So, very proud about that one. Now to Knockout Palace. I've been dragging my feet on both, but when we got the new D-Dungeon to get into it. Yeah, you know, Minako, you're not the first one. I think there definitely is a lot of people like yourself who started to kick into high gear when they saw the information about the new D-Dungeon. And I love it, you know. And you know, we'll always be here. I'll always be here to help you guys out if you guys need the help and whatever it is. Like, You know, whenever you come back, we'll be here. So now people are coming back, and we're here. Oh my god, how are you awake? Did you just wake up? What's up, Chila? Chila post 100. How many floors did you do? 126 floors, I think? No, you did less than that. It was like a... What is that? It was like 136? I don't know. Something like that. I did just wake up a few minutes ago. Oh, before I lose you, Chila? Are we still doing the thing tomorrow? How you feeling? It's fine if you gotta push, but I wanted to ask you. 26.6? Okay. Hey, Minako, I'm just happy the information helps. I'm happy the community is here for that, so... Yeah, something like that. Sheila had a very epic clear. She did 17 hours in Deep Dungeon to get a 200 Reaper clear. But yeah, Sheila, did you want to do the thing tomorrow or no? How you feeling? You let me know. It's no problem. It's no problem off me. So thinking about it? Okay, let me know at least like before I end stream if you can. Obviously. let me know tomorrow when I wake up. Yeah. I'll pass. Okay. I'll wake up at like 8, be like, yeah, I'm just gonna skip today. What the fuck, dude? The 3 Serenity, yeah, the Serenity, 1 Serenity, the steals, it's just... You couldn't have scripted it better. Yeah, I called it. That totally should be like a clip that you should put on TikTok or something. Honestly, you should put that whole like 1 minute of you picking up like 16 steel into TikTok. Like you need to, like you should get someone to edit the video where you were like complaining that you weren't getting steel for like how long, and then you just pick up like 10 of them in like 2 minutes. Just get... Well, to be fair, she worked her ass off to get that far. Like, think of it this way. What if, like, Victory... What if Victory was at 198, but you had to work your ass to get to 198, right? That's kind of how you look at it. It's like, maybe Victory wasn't 200, but it was actually the 2 floors before, but... She freaking worked hard to get to that far. And the game is just like, you know what? You made it here. Now it's up to you. And that's kind of how it went. Yeah, you did. Well, you got training on the mimics. You know, now you can do it in the new deep dungeon, whatever they're gonna be. Speaking of, actually, I should note this down. I should get an emote artist to draw the new Allegan. The new Allegan Mandy as the emote. That would be such a good idea. We can do that. I want to do that. I want that one! Let me do that one. I don't know what it's gonna do though. Maybe I can just do a whole set of them. Like, we'll just do a whole... I finally have emote ideas! We can do a whole line of, the Allegan Mandies or something like that. Oh, it's such a good idea. Shit. I like that. Oh, that's the exit? Alright, we're gonna strike right now. How many emote slots do I have? Oh, like 13. I have like 13 open slots I haven't done anything with, so... But I do need a new artist, because my my original artist is no longer available because he got hired for a full-time job. By the way, the emotes that I have on the channel, if you guys, I know a lot of people have played this game. I know Z was in here earlier. But if you guys have ever played Potionomics, my emote artist who did my emotes is like one of the graphic designers or dudes there, the artist people in that game. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and I think that led him into getting a full-time job as a UI artist. So, you know, he definitely has the credentials and the resume for that stuff. That's a dream for an artist, right? Full-time job as an artist. Can you imagine? That's pretty badass. That is definitely the dream. My throat's being a little weird, but it's okay. It should be alright. Then we get them animated? Yeah, we could. I mean, it depends on what I get, but I might consider that. I can shift around my animated emotes, that's for sure. And maybe I should think of that a lot sooner than later. I can get it done before EO comes out. Have it ready for the content. I just need to find artists. That's it. I should look into that big time. Heart. I'm gonna be very picky, so I gotta take a look at like a number of people, but definitely take a look. Is that the one that did yours currently, or is that a different one? 90% of yours, okay. Yeah, and I think it will work out because it'll help me segue into a new line of emotes, because it's gonna be so hard to like continue the line of emotes I have now when I don't have access to the emote artist anymore. You know, like it's gonna look weird. No matter how you do it, it's just not the same. So this will work out into doing like a new set. Hey,
Thanks
Minako.
again for the clear, coach.
Hey, it was all you, dude. I mean, we had the information, we shared it, but in reality, that's all on you. You did the work. And you got the title, so congratulations. You did all those? Okay. Excellent. Look at all that blonde hair. What happens if you change hair color? Do you have to delete all the emotes? Oh, I didn't do that right. I did too early. My whole life, I'm 99% of the time blonde. Gotcha. I've never changed my haircut style. Holy moly, this thing gets defeated. Guys, we're gonna do actually we'll do a longer ad. I'm gonna take a break here after we get to the hub area. So this time you won't miss any action, but I'll take a break after this boss. I hit that wall. Easy game. It's a good song. When I was a teenager, I wanted to dye my hair black, but my mom wouldn't let me. LMAO. So it's a big change, for sure. Alright guys, let me take a 3-minute break here. I'll hit the restroom. I'm gonna get some more water. And then we shall continue into 71+. You were edgelord. Did you have a sword? Alright, BRB 3. Congrats Sheila on her Reaper clear, guys, if you haven't. It was quite the stream. 17 hours, man. The most I've streamed was 15 and a half, so she beats me on that one. But I shall BRB and thanks for watching. 3 minutes, BRB. Yo, what's up, Shiro? Thanks for the raid. How was Strum? How was routine? I don't know, my throat's all weird today. Sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes the throat just doesn't want to cooperate. That's what it's doing today. The one-shot Reaper in one go? Yeah, 100% one-shot. Sheila's such an overachiever. She does 266 floors, not 200. You got a new PB? Nice. It's cracked? Just a little bit. Welcome back from the ad, guys. Appreciate it. Shall we continue? Hope you guys who are enjoying the Yuffie battle theme. Shoo shoo ha! Yo, Kinari, what's up, dude? Good morning. Shoo shoo ha. I died from Gozu Konal, but I thought it was close range, but in fact not. Oh. Zarim, what's up, dude? Hello, how you doing? Sand Plus just means though, so it's all good. Alright. It's all good. Hey, Shady Sands. First of all, thanks for the follow 3 minutes ago when I was away. And thanks for the Prime Gaming, I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. I hope you're gonna have a great New Year, and everyone else listening, by the way. Today's my last stream ever in 2022. It's my last 14 stream, because tomorrow we're gonna do Crisis Core. So it's my last 14 stream. Just 8 glare on. Oh no! No! You ate the gaze. I tell everyone to not do it. But it happens. Sometimes you gotta learn the hard way. Hope Samurai Run's going dope. Samurai is very strong right now, that's for sure. I'm having a lot of fun blowing a lot of stuff up. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oopsie doopsie. So. Sorry to hear that, but you know what? Your next run will be a lot better, Shady. Appreciate the support. So tired. I didn't get enough sleep, but I'm just gonna rest today. You do that, dude. Heaven's Egg. This song's so good. If you guys haven't played Harvestella, the music's really freaking good. Your brain wouldn't shut up. Makes sense. I missed Midori! No! Yeah, working or doing anything today so I can just chill? Hell yeah. Yeah, you know it's funny, Sheila, like, when you ended stream, it was a little coincidental, but that's usually like when I have my nap, so basically I just took a nap when you ended stream. Like, yep, time to crawl into bed and sleep for like 2 hours. Pretty good nap. Soon, I need to get coffee and tweet at me so I can tell you. Okay, yeah. It's all good. Honestly, you baffle me how good you are with the keyboard. I know you are used to it. I am. It's so mind-blowing seeing. I like menuing. Menuing is something I do like to do in games in general. So this kind of does lead into that, but yeah, I appreciate that. Like, it is very... It's a lot of practice, but... You know, I'm very much used to it. I mean, I could argue that I'm probably faster than clicking, and there's a lot less error, although I do still make errors. Wait, I want to listen to that song again. Oh, not that one. Oh, it keeps repeating it. I want to listen to the Heaven's Egg song again. Okay, there we go. I want to keep listening to the song for a little bit. It's a good song. A lot of times it's... I think the mechanical keyboard does help with the with the reduction of errors, because I will feel on my hands if I press the key or not. So sometimes, like, if I didn't have the mechanical, I would assume I pressed the button, and then, of course, the thing doesn't register, and then I would commit. But there are times when I feel like I hit it hard enough, and I still commit to the confirm, and then it causes a problem. But yeah, more times than not, I don't really make that mistake to make sure it works. Yeah, well, there's a timing to it too, because the Pomanders work like a GCD, right? So like so I can give you an example right now that'll make this showcase. So watch. So I'm gonna put this on the intuition. I'm gonna GCD then go to intuition right away. Watch the menu in the character info, right? Like, even if I hit it, which it went there very fast, and then I confirmed it, it doesn't register because I have to wait for my GCD to kind of finish. So there is a mental timing that I have that will allow me to, you know, get it correct, if you will. But I guess playing this game long enough, you kind of learn the timing of that delay and all that stuff. Which then it gets problematic when you're going into higher ping and all that stuff, and you're used to a certain cadence. And then to some extent, with a lower ping, although I feel like with a lower ping, it's much easier for me to adjust to, because it's really interesting with low ping, because it almost feels like you can go faster. And I'm really curious, Sheila. how the hell you will play on like JP servers, because I feel like you're gonna be like the weights are just gonna come off. Like you're just gonna play like incredibly well. Because I do still vividly remember the day I had traveled to California for a trip. Like, and this was during like Heaven's Ward. I don't remember why I was in California per se at the time, but I remember logging in with my laptop into 14, and oh my god, when they played with like literally less than 10 ping, it was just incredibly night and day of how I was able to play the game. Like the response was just like, it almost felt like before your button even fully pressed the keyboard, the game was already doing it. Like that's how it felt. It was just like crazy. I loved it. This is a bit of a problem. Okay, I'm actually gonna respect this. It's a little bit much. Oh, just something is... okay. Oh, and I have dots on me. Okay, I see. Something was really kicking my butt. What got me? Oh, the Cyclops got me? I see. Good thing I Serenity. That's my only concern with this job. The defense is gonna be real bad. Hey, what's up, Pin? Playing on JP feels weird because chests and palms just use open when you press them. Just use open, use when you press them. Okay. I literally have no idea how it feels to play in low ping. Moving to... no, I will not move to California. I'm very happy where I am right now. How's it going? Hey, Banny. Solid so far. I almost just died. But it's okay, we don't talk about that. Luckily, my intuition is pretty good. With potential death. I keep hitting the wrong freaking button. Oh, I'm blind. Oh, that's why I didn't go off. Name a better combo. Samurai and blind. Imagine how much happier I would be. No, I'm good. I literally have no desire to leave my location right now. Fortune... what? Blind was so... yeah, I saw a lot of missed GCDs on those mimics. Blind and 3 Joe misses in a row. What happened to you yesterday? Yikes. I didn't cover my water. Okay. Problem solved. Safety. Oh, did I hit the wrong one again? No, I hit the wrong one. Okay. I don't know what that emote is. What is that emote? Yeah, that doesn't quite look like you. Reminds me, I need to finish that run later. I'm up to 71 plus on Machinist Heaven on High. It's actually going amazingly well. Yo, let's go, Kara. The one is cursed though, got an elder. Yo, we had a clip from High Sound earlier. Check this out. Chila is now dethroned. This is from high sound earlier. Yeah, you're immediately dethroned. Yeah, you've been dethroned. When you watch the clip, you'll understand. Something I've never seen before, that's for sure. Yeah. Never seen that before. You know, I technically got more elders. I mean, yeah, you did get more, but I mean, I don't know if you're gonna beat like a back-to-back 2 chests right there, both elders, you know what I'm saying? Like that's, like the only way you beat that is getting 3, and man, if I see 3, oh boy. Of all the luck. I know, right? Unreal. And I think that's what saved High Sound's run too, you were saying earlier. I really DC, but I've DC 3 times with Heaven on High. I remember a Setsu clip. Our good friend Setsu. I haven't seen him in a while, but I know he's still doing a lot of deep dungeon on his end. But I remember Setsu. He showed a clip to us where literally he's on like 50 or 60. He gets to a chest and it gives him Odin, and like 10 seconds later he disconnects. This is like, oh my god, dude, the curse is real. Holy moly. Man, I wonder if that'll carry over into Eureka Orthos. If we'll have the super special rare Commander or something that does that. And it gets everyone superstitious, and then boom. Oh my god, I laughed so hard. Alright. You don't trust Odin backfires? Yeah. There definitely is a very solid case for that. Oh, am I hasted? Hit the wrong combo. Feel bad. Oh my god, Hasted Samurai is really nice. Let's see how fast I can blow this thing up. Well, that fast. Alright, steal, safety, steal. Samurai's strong. I know Pin did Samurai recently. He said it was just really, really strong. I've always been wanting to know how this job was, so now I get to see it. I also disconnected 3 times after getting Odin in HVs, including on the wow. I can't believe how that, like, how much, I mean, chances are, but... Oh yeah, you gotta respect the birds. I didn't have your video up, but I know you got obliterated by a bird. That's why I'm always scared of the birds, Sheila. When they're about to do their double attack, because I've gotten hit really hard with them before. Yeah, it's just really bad. Like, you do not want to be below 100. Like, you don't want to be below 90% on those birds when they're about to wind up their double attack. They become angry birds for real. Are you at 100? Were you HP down? Have you had a chance to listen to the new world performance of the Promise? No, I don't. Wait. Oh, is that the one you shared me? The one where what's his face was singing it a while back? Was that the one you're talking about? I did see that. You don't think so? Hmm. Ever seen your health fall that fast before? You never got punched by an ape before? You never got hit by a death's door before? Let's see if I can kill Behemoth in 90 seconds. Also, we're gonna hit a 2-minute ad when we kill Behemoth, so the heads up. Hell no high. Rip. Oh wait, and you got obliterated by the turret. I remember that one too. Oh yeah. On Red Mage. I never see my head drop without saying anyone. Let me edit my response. I guess I can do this in 90 seconds. Make sure to set up meteor on the cast so you don't die. Oh. I screwed up. Rip. Alright, 2-minute ad. For those seeing ads, the BRB in 2 minutes. Thank you for watching, guys. I'll catch you in 2. We're gonna continue onward to 81+. It's a dead behemoth. Bum, bum, bum. We got 40 more floors to go, and then we are done for today. Let's go. Alrighty then. Oh, good old FF11. Pin, how are you feeling, by the way? You know, we all talk about Sheila doing the stream, but I know Pin was you know, we gotta check up on Pin too. I hope you're doing well. Dead. No. Can help you a lot. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Pin MVP? Hell yeah, Pin's MVP. I want the chest. Gimme. She gave me so much coffee and food. So he kept you alive is what you're saying. Usually a pretty good thing for a husband to do. Gotta shrimp my food. Yeah. But you don't even pay for your own sub, so what's, you know... You don't pay my sub, yeah. You can't. I haven't picked up a full complement of flights yet. Oh wait, no, I did! I didn't pick it back up. Oh, I should be full on flights, but I never picked the thing back up. Oops. Oopsie, oopsie. Welcome back from the ad, guys. Thank you for the support on stream. Appreciate it. I'm definitely gonna try to do, I mean, I could say it now, but I'm gonna say it later when we get closer to Yuka Othos. I'm gonna try to get you guys, especially the guys who are gonna stream Deep Dungeon, to try to get you all conditioned to try to do ads, in between the floors. Because I think that'll, aside from trying to make that more uniform for everyone, I think it does help with the experience, for people watching. And maybe to some, like, lesser extent. I think if people get used to that, it might become like a standardized thing for people doing Deep Dungeons. So I think that'll be kind of good. Yeah, I could probably do that. I'll keep it in mind. If we do the thing, Sheila, note it down. If we do the thing tomorrow, we can do it. I can help you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do tomorrow. And note it down, because I'm gonna forget, so... Don't rely on my memory. My memory is terrible. Did I ever do in Palace? It was, I think, Endwalker. If I remember correctly. I don't know my combo. He's dead. I think I did an Endwalker. I think I did do Shadow... I think I did do pre-Endwalker Black Mage at one point. But, I didn't really have... I wasn't doing serious attempts, at the time. Did I find the bosses a lot easier on it? A lot easier before? So the one thing I do remember when it came to pre-Endwalker is when we had Drain. We had Drain at one point. And I was using Drain to survive on Black Mage, although I don't know if that was necessarily needed. Also, to be fair, I wasn't as good on Black Mage as I am now. So it's a little bit of a harder gauge. I kind of want to say that it's easier a little bit now, with the exception of Godfather, but I don't have a good memory. And holy shit, 160 were like half the time. Oh, like damage. Well, I think one of the big benefits you have on Black Mage is that I think just the fact that you have the being able to change your stance without without your MP. Oh, wait, I'm not describing this very well. So at like a low level Black Mage, you can tap out your MP and still go to Umbralize, where before Endwalker you couldn't do that. So old Ino-chan was part of it, but essentially you always had one less cast than you do now, because you always had to make sure you had MP when you swapped to Umbral Ice on Black Mage. But you don't have to do that anymore, because you can completely tap out and you can still swap to Umbral Ice. The only problem would be if you drop your stance and then you have to re-put it and you have to wait for your MP to come back, but essentially, yeah, you never have to worry about that. I think full uptime Ino-chan is very, very good, because think of it this way too. When you had Ino-chan before, if you dropped Ino-chan, either you had to wait for it to go, or you had to wind up your entire rotation. So you don't have to wind up your rotation anymore. What, Ino-chan? Ino-chan was interesting for sure. It definitely added to the difficulty, but now having to not worry about it's kind of a big deal. Found it super annoying. It is part of the challenge. I mean, I'm neutral on it. You know, it's like you give me the job, that's how the job plays, so it's whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why it was a difficult job. Oh, the 0 MP thing? Yes. It was exponentially more annoying, Sheila, because the higher level Black Mage didn't have to deal with that, because it was essentially a job trait. So you never had to worry about that. And then you had to worry about it in lower floors. So now it's something that gets added in on like level 2. I think the moment you get your stance, it's right in. It's baked into your rotation. 5 minutes with Lust? Jeez, the fortune. Felt so bad when you dropped it and it was part of your job. But like for solo, it's I felt like for solo it's a different story. It's like a different story in solo. Because I mean you're not really meant to do Black Mage solo, but you figured it out anyway. Justified. Wow, there's so many chests. Okay, on my raising, it's good. Tuition. Strength. Oh, it's at the right button. No! Rip. Evil. So anyway, 7.5 minutes going only on my experience being the one run before I thought I was not gonna make it. Shouldn't have even lusted. Damn. Well, yeah, if you lusted, it would have. If you did lust, you would have probably did it like 6.5. Because lust is generally a minute saved. So yeah. I think you're gonna. Okay. I know in the overworld content you have to keep it up. I guess the same how Dragoon used to be. Yes, similar to how Dragoon with blood. Yep. We set the run. Woo. What's over here? I don't remember. Sight. Ooh, steel. You've all be doing well. Happy almost New Year. And again, I do wish all of you guys a happy New Year, because I may not see you guys until the New Year. So I hope you all are gonna have a good one. Stay safe. If anyone had a bad year, I hope you guys will have a better year. I, for one, had a fantastic year, and we don't even have the new Deep Dungeon yet, so it says a lot. But I had a fantastic year, so I'm looking forward to another good year. I will be live tomorrow, but you know, not as many people come by the variety streams, but if you want to say hello, I am doing Crisis Core tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. We hit the super boss for the first time, but I don't know if I'll do the super boss tomorrow, because I'll push the story a little bit further. But we did hit the super boss. Wasn't this the year? Yes, it was. I started in February, Zevran, with Elden Ring. That was when I started Variety. Sloppy Toppy. Raxophone, hey, thanks for the follow. A 14 gamer. Yo, let's go. Double shout out. That's not actually thing. Welcome in, guys. I'm Angela Statement. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. Also, if you guys are into games done quick, I am the AGDQ Final Fantasy 14 runner. That's in 2 weeks. I'm nervous. It's in 2 weeks. But, yeah, on that one. Wait, is it 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks. So welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Trying to get Necromancer. Videos have been... Hey! Yo. Cheers, dude. How's the prog? How far have you gotten? What job are you doing? I'd love to hear more about it, but I'm glad they're helping, so... Easy, what's up? Not much. Doing Samurai today. This is actually the first time I've been on Samurai ever since Endwalker, and I've been always wanting to do this job because it's had a number of changes that definitely helped out Samurai. And just due to scheduling and all that stuff, I'm finally able to try it, so we're just exploring the job, and it's been pretty good so far. I got the 170 on Red Mage, but I got DC'd and died. Damn! Now I'm running... Okay. I would say it's faster. I mean... Playstyle is certainly an argument as well, but hey, as long as you're having fun, Braxphone, that is the most important. So if you're enjoying your time on Machinist, enjoy that time. If you had more fun on Red Mage, honestly, you know, you could go back to Red Mage, but for sure, it makes you having fun. Titan, well, you know, I know a lot of people, Darth, Miss Kaiten, they didn't like the fact it was removed. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it that it's not here. For a specifically deep dungeon. I feel like it is a quality of life to actually not have Kaiten right now, so that's just my take on it. I mean, not having to do Higabana Kaiten is really nice. And being able to just use the Kenki on something else is really nice, so... Yeah, Sloppy, how was your stream? What are you up to? Hope you had some fun on 14. Get ready for the patch maybe, or doing some deep dungeon potentially. I've been ready for the 6.3 patch since like 6.1. AKA I don't do content, so it's nothing to get ready for. I should have enough eye level for the new alliance. I will do the new alliance raid. But because I would like the gear. The caster gear looks really freaking good. Sadly. And I mean sadly because it means I have to do the content, but I don't miss Kaiten personally, but I don't miss Ino-chan dropping or like gotcha. We cleared all 4 ultimates of the boys. Wow, like in one stream? Just boom 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 boom. That's hot. That sounds like a successful day. Let's go. Content outside deep. Wait, there is? Wait, what? Oh, that was not the spawn room apparently. Just an FYI to everyone watching. It wasn't the spawn room. Okay. I just want PvP Series 25 reward from my caster gear. It's fair. Ugh, PvP, dude, I haven't touched PvP since Season 1. I kind of feel bad about it, but at the same time, it's like, every time I think about PvP, I'm like, yup, not having fun. Not gonna do it. Even hearing from my buddy Sir Zarek, who is like almost always rank 1 Crystal, he was complaining, and he was saying that Crystal Conflict right now has worse queues than Feast, and that is. I mean, I remember when we were talking with Brian Ricardo about that. Said the same thing. They were worse than Feast, and in my brain, I'm like, how is that even possible? Like Feast was so bad because you needed a healer and a melee, and barely anyone would queue up. But man, dude, all he needs 5 random people, and you can't even get 5 random people. Tough. Dies 2 weeks after this. Yeah. I mean, outside of Season 1, that's what I've been hearing, and man, I honestly thought it would be better. I honestly thought that, oh, nice crit. I honestly thought that, that would not be the case, but, no one wants to do it, so what are you gonna do? Yes, that is also what I've heard. Eerie, I heard that unranked, casual is poppin' pretty frequently, but no one's doing ranked. Yeah. If you don't get Crystal right away, you're screwed. Yeah, and that's exactly how Feast was, Defiled. That is the experience I had when I did Feast. And that's one reason I got tired of Feast. Because it's like, okay, well, I had to play it at this certain period of time, or otherwise I'm not going to get anything out of it. Even if I didn't want to, I had to, you know, if I wanted the rewards. But, yeah, it's pretty sad. It's sad to hear it. Yeah. No point in grinding because no rank. Yeah. I mean, you guys are like, you know, the typical players that go in, and even if you're saying it, then I want to hope that Score Next is seeing that, or you should be seeing that, and like fix it. I thought the rewards were trash too. I mean, even Season 1, I looked at it, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't really care about top 100. I mean, give me Crystal, but I don't care about top 100. Like, I literally don't care. So I didn't even have any motivation to do it. Not that I even like the game mode, but no motivation. Like, Feast before, I totally did it because the mounts are pretty sick. You have like an exclusive mount that only 100 people in your data center had. That was kind of cool. But, yeah. Yeah. I need to grind from Series Wanted in the next 10 days. Well, you heard it in chat. Do unranked to get your thing. I stopped queuing ranked because it's not fun waiting 10 minutes to get insta-stun sheet by people with plugins. Unranked games are usually filled with decent people now. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't blame you. So... This is so interesting to me, because I would definitely say I'm retired from PvP. Because I did so many seasons of Feast, and I know how Feast was, and the downfall of it, and why PvP was a problem before, why they changed it, I get it all. But it's just so interesting now hearing it in today's present time, and hearing all the problems, and it's like, wow, it's literally like the history repeating itself to some extent, you know? I honestly thought it was going to be better with the changes, but it's just same thing. But more time for Deep Dungeon? Hell yeah! Especially with the new one coming in. You all gotta get ready for it. Everyone's gotta get ready for Eureka Orthos. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw it or heard it. I think it was mentioned in my Discord, but I must have missed the conversation. JCN told me about it, but it looks like we are totally getting new potions for Eureka Orthos. It might show up in the new synthesis for 6.3. So I'm actually probably gonna go out of my way to make some prior to Eureka Orthos. I think they're going to be called Hyper Potion. When they were translated from Japanese. So, yeah, prepare for that too. Like, that's gonna be something to think about. Yeah, same. I want to know what the title is too. But we're not gonna know until the Deep Dungeon releases. So Chila, did you see during Yoshi P's playthrough of Deep Dungeon that there was in fact a potion that dropped, like their general, potion, and I think it got translated to Hyper Potion. That was the translation, I think. Yeah, so that's a new one that we're gonna get. So we're probably gonna get the synthesis recipe in 6.3. So honestly, I'm going to probably I'm probably gonna make a couple on my own. Getting ready for EO, I don't have a chance with Necromancer. I'm still... Hey, everyone has a chance, Bacon Senpai. You just put the time into it. Maybe, if anything, you don't have as much time to put the time into it, but everyone has a chance. I have seen a wide range of gamers get this title, from the guys who are like the big ultimate dudes and have cleared multiple savages and whatever, to the people who've never done anything in this game other than Deep Dungeon. So everyone has a chance. It just all comes down to how much information you're willing to learn, how much information you're willing to absorb, and how much time you're willing to put into it. And that's it. That's the only determining factor. You will build your skill and your gameplay as you do the game mode. And in all honesty, like, even if you're big on raiding, it's just a different type of skill that's asked from you to do. So yeah, honestly, just as long as you're having fun, that's first and foremost. But you're definitely not out of the running. Again, unless you just don't have that much time, and we are getting a little tight on time before the new one comes out. But you can totally do. What's up, Quad? Okay, got that all out. Perfect timing. As usual, we're going to play a 2-minute ad when we kill the boss. So just heads up on that one, everyone. If you're going to see ads, I appreciate the support. and will be returning. I try to put them in the best spot possible, so that if you know, I have to do ads every hour, so to make the experience as you know, as good as I can, we try to do it at the end of boss fights when I'm in between floors and all that stuff. So that's what we'll do. Here. I made it all back from Bloodbath. Before the ad spawn. I'm gonna read chat before we hit the ad. Alright, let's get on out of here. Bacon Senpai says, my highest run on Red Mage was on 130 for, I think, I got totally wrecked. Maybe I didn't find my classy and PoTD. You're right, I didn't invest much time into it yet, like looking up chats and upcoming bosses and how to avoid mobs. Hey, it's all good. You know, Bacon Senpai... Yeah, it's a good song. Wait, let me pause the music first. What do you call it? I guess I'll bring in the... like, the Deep Dungeon is certainly kind of at your own pace type of thing, you know? You know, you'll see people who will clear right away. You'll see people who are still like 2 to 3 years into this content and still searching for their first clear. You just want to just make this your own journey, whatever your life is, whatever your timing is. You know, take as long as it needs to take, and everyone will learn differently. Everyone will absorb information differently. I mean, one of the things that I've been really happy about with the community is that information is presented in a multitude of ways. You know, as much as obviously in terms of like a business type of thought process, like if all of you guys are only looking at my videos, that would be great for me. But how I look at it is, I think it's the best to have like 5 different people that you can look at. You know, maybe you don't actually look at my stuff and you look at someone else's stuff, but you still get the victory. I think that's more useful to anyone else, you know, if you want to accomplish the title. Like, you know, how I look at it is like, maybe the way I'm presenting information is not as good as someone else. And that's fair, you know, maybe the way I say it, it's just, you're just not picking it up. But that's what's cool about trying to get that information, you know, just look at everyone doing it as much as you can, absorb as much as you can, and then try to apply it to your own gameplay. And whatever process that takes, you know, whatever that means to you, if it's more audio than visual, if it's more visual than audio, you know, work with it, and you'll get there. You will get there. Like I said, I've seen just a multitude of people of different skill levels, and people like yourself who say, like, you know, they feel like they're just not going to hit this title. They eventually do it and they get the title. But it comes down to kind of your own determination and desire and time to pull it off. And if you're not in the Discord, Bacon Senpai, that's where a lot more of that information will be found. You know, if you're honestly just sticking to my YouTube stuff, it's great. But honestly, like, check the Discord too if you're not in it, and just pick the brains of all the people there. Ask questions, check out the other resources that are there, and, you know, that might expedite your process potentially before EO comes out. It could be. Could not be, but it could be. What channel people talking about? The pot you talked about. I don't know. I don't know because I didn't see it on Discord. What I know is that my moderator Jason said it was talked about in our Discord. I must have missed the conversation. I do try my best to try to like follow with all of the talks in Discord, but sometimes I'll miss stuff, especially if I'm sleeping. But we were talking kind of once in a while, like he was DMing me goof. about it, and he said that he saw in the live letter that it was a drop from one of the enemies he killed. It was in Japanese, of course, but I think it was translated somewhere else. Or I think he put the translation in or something and it came up as Hyper Potion. You're looking for a green icon. And also, I believe when Yoshi P opened his inventory, at some point during the stream, you saw the potion there as well. It was a green one. It looked like a high potion. But I believe it translated into Hyper Potion. Which would make sense that it was the next iteration from like max to super to hyper. But yeah, so yeah, I can't point you in direction other than look at live letter for that. But that's where I heard about it, so. We were all kind of thinking we should get one. We're all kind of thinking we should get... Yeah, we were, Ross. What's up, dude? No, yeah. No, absolutely. We were getting one. It is nice to see it, for sure. Not super duper potion. Unfortunately, I don't think it's super duper, unless the translation was incorrect. I mean, I don't know if Chila's gonna go investigate it and get the real translation, but maybe it did translate to super duper, I don't know. Potentially. Or maybe it translated to, you know, a better potion, you know? Something like that. Alright, let me trigger that ad. 2 minutes, guys. If you're gonna see ads, 2 minutes and we'll be back. We'll continue the run. Thank you for watching. And we'll be back in 2 minutes, alright? We're gonna continue. 91 plus. There we go. 91. Where did I see it? I don't know. Actually, you can talk to Jacian. Like, Jacian said, he told me that it was a drop when Yoshi P killed one of the enemies in the live letter. How does Samurai compare to Dragoon? I did like Dragoon a lot because it just flowed a little bit better with the thing. Now, Samurai is fine as well, but Samurai is very strong in palettes. Like, it's unnecessarily strong because of the... Because you have Shinten now, right? Because Shinten didn't exist in Heaven on High, so it really feels like a powerhouse right now, and I like it. But I'm gonna get a better feel of it later on. I mean, Dragoon's defense was also superior though, so that's something that I will always keep in mind. I do have a much weaker defense on this job, but I look back at the live letter and dissect it a bit more. Yo, sounds good, dude. Especially if you're gonna, you know, work on the EO stuff too, but, you know, that's if you have time. I know your time is, still quite non-existent, but whenever that happens. Dragoon was as squishy as I've taken. Really? You thought it was squishy? Interesting. I think the opposite. I think Dragoon is the more tankier, in my opinion. Okay. It's interesting. Oh, it's one shot. I spent 17 hours doing pallets. I guess I have a lot of free time. What do you mean? That's work. I don't know what you're talking about. 17 hours of work is a long time of working. $190's terrifying a Dragoon. I mean, that's true. That I'm not gonna deny, but to me, 190 doesn't like. 190 doesn't. Doesn't tell the full tale, right? Like, I actually survived. I survived an ape with no steel on Dragoon, which the only time I've ever done that was on Reaper. Of course, I then subsequently died trying it again, but I mean, we did it once, so... How did I feel in Dragoon? Why am I not in this exit? What the hell? So, like, when I first did Dragoon, Sheila, I must have almost died, like, 6 times. Like, I distinctly remember almost dying, like, 6 times when I first did Dragoon and, like, Shadowbringers or whatever. When I did Dragoon on Sunday, I almost died 3 times, so I mean, that's an improvement, right? I mean, that's better than 6 times, right? I don't know if that's any better, but you know, it works. A clip house on all 4 tanks. 50-foot sealers and Dragoons. Really? I like Dragoon. Man. Oh, I like Dragoon. Dragoon always seemed the cool class to you. I mean, you know, it's a cool class for sure, but...
Dr. G always seems like a cool class to me.
Man, that Dr. G, dude. Dr. G certainly is pretty cool. Good old Dr. G. Yeah, Sig's favorite job, yeah. The Dragoon and the Dragoon wasn't bad, but the lack of defense made it horrifying. That's so interesting, because that is not how I feel at all on Dragoon. In terms of defense, I feel like Samurai is the weakest defensively, in my opinion. I mean, basing on a Heaven on High at least, it's gonna be different here, but I did not like Samurai for the defense. Like, I remember in Heaven on High, Dragoon was a beautiful experience, because I would live through, like, Mimics, no problem. Samurai would get obliterated by Mimics even with Steel on. I hated it. I sort of want to clear on Samurai, but I think I have to. Well, yeah, if you want Omni, dude. You love Dragoon. Time for me to go back into Palace's Dragoon. Oh, dude, another 1 to 200 17-hour stream from Chila? Oh, damn, dude. You better uncap the swearing thing. That was unfair. That can't be capped to 3. You gotta make it uncapped. Another one-shot stream? Hell yeah, dude. ECAF. I haven't done a solo 200 run yet. Was planning to do on Machinist. Any tips? How new are we? Like, have we never seen Deep Dungeon? Have we done a little bit of it? What is our experience? And then I can go from there. Arcane Arts! Miss Arcane! Hello! Look at the defense. Okay. So ECAP, have you tried solo at all? How's your arm and armor also? Is your arm and armor capped out? I hit the wrong button. Welcome in, guys. Hello, Arcane. Guys, my chat, check out Arcane. She is quite possibly one of the most experienced raiders out there. She's raided on literally every single data center, like, twice. And there's a lot of data centers. But she's very good at the game. Very talented as well. What are you up to? 14. PoTD is going awesome. Thanks for asking. You had 1 on your end. Okay. ECAP, give me a minute, and I'll answer your question. Had some friends want to do PoTD, so I did. Oh, cool! How far did you guys get? Hope you had fun. Yeah, welcome in. I'm Steamus. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. Also, if you're a fan of Games Done Quick, the charity events or the channel, I am the AGDQ runner for Games Done Quick, which is in 2 weeks. I'm very nervous, but you know, we will do our best for that run. But welcome in. I'm gonna be here for at least another 2 hours, I think. So if you have any Deep Dungeon questions, and I have one in the queue that I need to answer, you are welcome to ask, and I shall try my best to give you some responses. What is Arcane's main server? Good question. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that question, nor does Arcane herself. What the hell is your main server? It's the one she's on today. That's the one she's using. Okay, so back to ECAP's question. ECAP asked, any tips on trying solo for the first time? First I would recommend, I guess it also depends, ECAP, how much information you're willing to research. Like, are you like, give me anything, backseat me, I'll look up any video, whatever. I mean, I have a lot of videos on YouTube available. We have a lot of text guides that are available to study, depending on what type of learner you are. I'll drop the Discord link here so you can check a lot of them out. I would definitely recommend seeing some POVs, watching some video, you know, getting a quick grasp of what Machinist is capable of doing. I did a live tutorial for Machinist myself, So I kind of explained how to go through Machinist and all that stuff with a YouTube video, so you can kind of get a good grasp of what is required and how it plays. Machinist is, and I'll link my YouTube just in case you want to do that. Machinist in Shadowbringers was the most popular job for clears. It had the most clears in Shadowbringers, you know? If like you tallied up how many solo clears existed for every job, Machinist had the most. Now I specifically say Shadowbringers because it's definitely shifted in Endwalker. A lot of jobs have become popular nowadays, but with that being said, Machinist is still as good as it used to be, if not even better. So you're not gonna miss out, like it didn't get weaker or anything, it's just a very good job. So if you like a kiting playstyle, where you have to run around a lot, you have to keep away from the enemies, that is a playstyle that a Machinist requires. Essentially, when you think about damage mitigation, you know, like how do I not take hits, how do I not take damage? Well, it does it because it doesn't get hit. That's Machinist specialty. Behemoth 180 is one that you want to take a concern with because that's usually where a lot of Machinist runs will hit a wall. So that's one that you may want to do some extra research on. But generally speaking, the gameplay is fairly straightforward for Machinists all the way up. You pull enemies, you run away from them, you do damage. Try not to step on traps. Have a good understanding of how the palms work. You know what palms are going to be useful, how to use them. Try not to, you know, panic certain palms if you're in a bad situation. And that's a very short and simple of how to manage it. Of course, it gets into more complexities after that, but I think that's a good starting point to go with. And then definitely check out the other videos or guides that are available so that you can work with some information that are a little more solidified, you know, how to use palms, what the palms are going to do for you, so on and so forth. So yeah, start with that and see where you end up. And let me know your prog for sure. Hopefully that's good. Also, ECAF, next Sunday, okay? Next Sunday, I will be back on Machinist because I need to set up my AGDQ files. So we're going to be doing 51 to 170. So if for some reason you find yourself looking for a channel to watch on Twitch or you're home or something, and you want to check it out, you can see how I do Machinist for a couple of early floors. It's something to keep in mind. I'll be back on Machinist in about a week's time. Okay, who asked that? Who's that? Where are you? Wait, why can't I see it? Bookster. This is a sawed-off keyboard. It is a Kinesis gaming keyboard. It's a split keyboard. It is specifically designed to be in two halves, and I can kind of modify the position of it if I really wanted to. But yeah, it is a Kinesis gaming keyboard. Boom, boom. Be a little careful here. This is where I have to be a little concerned on Samurai. Can I post a link? Absolutely. You just have to get permitted first. So one of my mods can permit you, and then you can post a link. Hopefully it is not a bad link. Pinned save you. Mouse in the middle is just a prop. Yeah, it's just a prop. You don't really see it very often. Come at me, bro! Easy game. Oh, we're not going this way, we're going this way. I love that people are trusting the ability to clear on anything and the Neko clears are becoming varied. Yes. Yes, Kinara. It's one thing that I personally have been trying to push myself, you know, to not get locked in or gated into one specific job. You know, if someone wants to do it on White Mage, Willow Greed, you know, if you want to do it on Sage, go right ahead and do it on Sage. No one should stop you. No one should force down Machinist into you or Warrior, you know. You want to do it there, and you're going to be so much more satisfied because you did it on a job you want to. The mouse is for aesthetic. Yeah, it's for aesthetic. I mean, it lights up occasionally, but... Corn, I think? Is that the right way of doing it? Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Oh, Chila! Wake up! Wake up! Did you hear me? Did you pass out? I'll take the fall when the channel gets destroyed by Goof. Okay. You hear it? Okay. She died of old age. Not again. What happened? Goof posted a link of where the potion dropped. She's very distracted watching her own video. Damn. I mean, look, she's trying to make more content. TikTok, Twitter videos. That's what you're supposed to do, man, as a creator. You want to see the John Chilisky incident? That's such a mood if they'll be distracted. Arcane, do you get distracted watching your own videos? Anything behind me? I get distracted in everything I do. Good old ADH man. Nice. So if I see you IRL, Arcane, and I just drop this like really shiny object on the ground, do I just defeat you IRL or something? Do I just wreck you, period? It is Hyper Potion, okay. Not full defeat, but it debuffs you. Aw, shit. Well, why did I cast Higabana? No one will know. Alright, Hyper Potions, so we're getting Hyper Potions in 6.3, everyone. Yeah, that's what being married is all about, Pin. Should have thought about that before it happened. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank God, erasing. Super light warrior potion soup. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I did. See, even here, I'm feeling like Samurai's defense is just a little shaky, you know? I felt way more secure on Dragoon. But I think the burst was just nice on Dragoon, so he kind of made up for it. That's just me. Could also be because I had Steel on, but I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's a chest jump. Intuition. Oh, not out yet. Dang! Wait, there's like a... Oh, that must be a treasure room. little bit too much stuff there. Maybe it's not. Kinda seems like it is. Definitely taking a nap in a bit. Alrighty. Let me know before you do, madam. Shit. Oh, I probably did. What did you say? Is that a yes or a no? Oh, god damn it. Wait, where did you come from? I can do- okay, gotcha. Sounds good to me. I shall wake up. Okay. I'll register that in my brain and I shall wake up. Just, I wish I could set the alarm, but I can't because my phone's being used, so... Can't set the alarm. The unfortunate scenario of me using my phone for a webcam right now. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. For a second I thought my hands were frozen. I was looking at the screen. Razenroth. Curious question that popped into my mind about witching mobs. Go on. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I don't die. If a monster is sound proximity base aggro when they turn into an imp, chicken, toad. Oh god. Hold on. Do they still retain their... Yes, they do. They will retain their original properties. Now, as a follow-up answer to what you just asked, this also applies to Ashkin. So the undead enemies like this Gravekeeper, actually I can just show you. Like this would be the best situation right now. I'll just show you. So an imp, chicken, toad, right? By default, that you wouldn't think of them as undead, right? So hold on, let me just check this chest first, then I'll show you the example. This'll give you probably the best example. We'll use this blade. I was fucking typing my password to log into FF into this chat. Oh, we would have had to just delete that so fast. Rip. Good thing you didn't enter. Alright, so Razenroth. This Gourmand is proximity, okay? 100% proximity. I'm gonna witching it. Bop. I'm gonna go near it. Aggro. Now, it's an imp, right? It's an imp. But it is still retaining its original property. This is still undead. So you take the undead there. So hopefully that's as good of an example as I can give you in terms of just, you know, showcasing it. No problem. I hope I get the resolution back. Man, I'll be like on 191 and be like, man, remember when we did that demo for Razenroth? Yeah. Destroyed my run. Feels bad. I'm kidding, it will be fine. Not a big deal. I've done this a few times, we'll be fine. Oh no, you're fine. No worries about that. I have a Raising on. So when I have a Raising on, Razenroth, I will take higher risks on a lot of things. So you don't have to worry about that at all. You good. Trust. Moople, hello, how you doing? Purity. Oh, we can go this way. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm honestly, I'm just kidding. Even if we don't get the Rezo back, it's actually a better lesson for people. Like, when I suffer in Deep Dungeon, I think people are able to pull out more lessons out of it. You know? Like, if we have just a freaking victory lap to the end, and the runs are, like, super smooth, I don't feel like people get much out of it. Unless they saw, like, the previous 4s or something. So, getting more drama in the run is just beneficial to people. Is the best vibe for streaming? For the streamer or for the viewer? Or both? I do, yes. I do have the Sixth Sense, yep. I got that, I actually got that, like, a year ago, when we were doing a duo with Darian Hart. So, I took Darian through Heaven on High because she wanted to do Heaven on High. And during that collab, I got the title. Which is so funny, because I wasn't expecting it, but... I'm gonna hang around here, enjoy the run, been dying on... Okay, mostly on most tries, I can't get past it for some reason. You know, when I was initially progging Razenroth, I had a problem 181 too. That was my stop point for many of my runs on Red Mage. And basically, what pushed me over the edge to get the clear was just playing better and a little bit more consistency. My palms were better getting into 181 plus, and I was just moving a lot faster. I had managed my palms better as well, because I had a little bit more experience when when things started to finally click. So yeah, honestly, just keep chugging away at it, keep learning, keep trying different things, and experience is tremendous, you know? And that is really what's going to change it for you. You know, like, if something just doesn't seem to be working, try something else, and you might see some results that way. Get good? Yeah, honestly, that is what happened to me. I got good. Like, so, what do you call it? I was doing Palace before Heaven on High came out, and I couldn't get past 190. I kept failing 183, 184, like, I wasn't even getting to 190, like, consistently. And then I went through Heaven on High. We cleared Heaven on High. I came back to Palace of the Dead, and we crushed it in Palace of the Dead. Like, I distinctly remember 5 attempts after Heaven on High. 5 attempts. 188, 189, 190, 190, 200. And it had taken me like 14 plus attempts prior to even get like to 190 before. Like, it was so inconsistent. But I was just able to get it to click, and we got it to work out. Yeah, honestly, like, one of the big things I definitely pushed for myself, Razenroth, it's playing clean. You know, not killing extra enemies, not stepping on traps, that really adds up in a course of a run. I mean, even if you're not just specifically talking about 181 plus, like, if you don't make the mistake on, like, if you don't make a mistake on, like, 161, you know, maybe your palms are gonna be in better situation climbing up, you know what I mean? So stuff like that does add into things, but it happens. It's just you gotta get experience and be willing to try and experiment a little bit to get some results, and that's how you get to succeed. Do I get all 3 here? Maybe. Oh, yeah, let's go. Samurai's so fast, oh my god. Oh wait, oh no, I hit the wrong button. Whoops. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Hit the wrong button there too. Not backflipping into a throwing trap? No, not that, of course. I think I could have made it out of there alive, but I didn't manage it well at all. Gonna lurk while I get started, get ready for my day. I finally found out what's wrong with my back. Oh! Okay. Do you want to share it, or maybe we can talk about it next time? Well, I hope that's a good thing. Super mistakes really do stick for me. I'm taking Turtle Battle off my hotbar on 180 because of it, to be honest. I didn't need to use it. Never drop below 2/3. Vampire, before I hit the next ad, I'm gonna tell you a funny story. That is definitely relatable. Once I kill this boss. Hello? Okay. Hello? Good boy. Alright. Results for my MRI in a few hours, I'll let you know. Okay, sounds good. Alright, so before we hit the ad, let me tell the story. Beautiful score. Best score I've ever gotten in Deep Dungeon. So I was on Machinist. In JP Vampire. And my hotbar initially was here. This is how my hotbar was right here. You see this? Scattergun, which is basically spread shot, and then my HP percentage. When I went to JP, it was the first time we were using the HP macro, because before then we never had that. That was something that we never knew existed. So I put it here. And this was the spot I always had on like all the other jobs I used. When I was using tank, it was on 6. And I just kind of left everything else for Machinist. I was setting up Behemoth on Machinists. And instead of hitting this button, I hit this button. And when we hit this button, we pushed Behemoth past 14.9. And that's it. The run ended. that's it. I had one attempt on Behemoth, and that's it. And so, what did I do immediately? Move this shit. I got it way out of here. Actually, this was like over here. I didn't even bother. Not even close to anything near my HP macro. Immediately took it off the hotbar. I know how you feel. And it sounds extreme, right? It sounds like totally like something that, you know, you just will be a little bit more careful. No, dude, I'm not even putting it in the vicinity of where it needs to be. So I get it. And I think stuff like that is just great. Some of it is like a little irrational, but you know, when you lose like 13 hours, I think it's valid. You know, like when I'm on 190 and I repeat, you know, don't use ricochet, don't use ricochet. You yell it out loud, don't use ricochet. You sound like a crazy person, but when you know, like you hit this one button that is usually available in this one instance of this fight. You could throw away 15 hours. One button. And so if you gotta sound like a crazy person to make sure that you remember not to hit this button, I think it's valid, right? So you do what you gotta do to make sure that you clear. That's just what it comes down to, especially with this content. You know, when you're repeating fights for like 20 minutes, and like Ultimate even, I mean, you know, mistakes will happen. It kind of sucks, especially with the team, but you don't have to feel so bad about them, but, you know. I'm not too mad. It's my PB. I never thought I'd even get to 180, but it's a mistake I won't forget. That's how you learn. That is exactly, like, literally 101 Deep Dungeon learning. I repeat out loud, Rams out, Dragon in, even though I know. Broke Lurk already. Don't worry. You know, everyone does that. Chila was doing it on her stream. I think literally everyone who streams, at the very least, you'll hear it out of them. And I'm sure people who don't stream and just gaming on their own, you know, I'm sure they say it out loud too, cause what better, you know? Yo, Allegan Chimeras are going to be Ramsin Dragon out, and they are going to wreck so many people, and I'm going to love it. It's going to be the greatest thing I'll ever watch on Twitch. I want to pop into someone's stream when they enter the Chimera floor, and they need to figure out what Rams does and Dragon does on the spot. I'm gonna even have Chimeras in that's gonna be sticking out above my monitor, thanks to my group friends. Oh god, I think it will already make my year if they actually do that. If Square Enix does that, and they flip the debuff. You know? Like, that to me is like knowledge of how bad they know what chimeras do to people. And they just want to troll really hard. I would absolutely love it. Alright, dudes, let me do the ad. Let's get the ad out of the way, and we'll be back. In 2 minutes for those seeing ads, we'll go into 101, and we are going to, we're gonna go to 120, so we've got 20 floors left, alright guys, so BRB. Fire Strawberry. You say that one out loud? That's right. Alright, BRB the ad. What if they combine mechanics like Ram Sports from one head and do the cleave? Oh, that would be well, that sounds like a boss to me, Wallen. Like, you're now talking boss mechanics, you know what I'm saying? So maybe we'll see that in, like, a thing. Oh, whoops. Did it say last campaign? Is that what he said? What's the error message? Party makeup differs from last campaign. Alright. So we're D&D now. Literally. Where's my samurai? Let's continue. Nice start. Get some palms back in here. Oh, almost stepped on the landmine by accident. Mechanically should switch up for orthos. You want a new deep dungeon, you say? Yeah. I just want them to troll so hard. I want the traps to be everywhere. Like I still think this, you know, traps on walls, things spawning in hallways. Although Yoshi P himself said you should fight in the hallway, so that probably doesn't change. But that still would have been hilarious to me. Oh my gosh! Imagine Tenmu. Like it's a stock, right? It stocks it, and then you have to wait for the timer to go off. Oh, that'd be great. How to make an enemy that already kills everyone, even up to today, even worse. I love it. That's the type of deep dungeon I want to see. Unless he said it to troll. You know, that could be a thing. Hey, by the way, thanks for watching that ad, guys. I appreciate it. Keeping the ads off the stream. We got pre-rolls on for a while, so it means a lot. Thank you. You enjoyed watching it? What ads you get, Sheila? What does a Hurricane Sheila get for ads? Nothing? Wow. You can't even think of a fake ad? Man. Do you have Boston Market in JP? In Japan? No? Rip. I was just thinking how much I'd like to get some of their chicken and mac and cheese and cornbread. That's fair. I haven't had Boston Market in a long time though. I keep having Popeyes, which is really good by the way. But yeah, Popeyes really good. Been years and a year. Gotcha. I did get to have Popeyes in Hawaii, but they didn't have chicken sandwich smudge. You know what my mom does? For that, she'll just order the chicken thighs, and then she'll just get potato bread and just put it together. Which honestly actually tastes better than what they'll serve, because they'll just use, I think, what, like breasts or something. So it'll just be a better thing. I feel like I haven't had Boston Market in forever. Do they not have Boston Market in Australia? I mean, it's not that big of a chain though. It probably is only America that has it. You haven't heard it until 20 seconds ago? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, in my area, Wallen, I distinctly remember the time period where they showed up for the first time, and they would always open, like, literally right next door to KFC. Like, every single Boston Market I saw opened right next to KFC. And then it was so funny because KFC like outlasted Boston Market, which I thought was just hilarious to me. I did like KFC, you know. Of course, this is prior to like Popeye showing up in my area, but I did like KFC. They had superior mashed potatoes. Their mashed potatoes definitely weren't real mashed potatoes, but it damn tasted good. And it still does taste good. Did I miss? I missed. I like KFC until they started charging $40 for... Really? Damn, that's not good. I don't blame you. They got rid of the potato wedges. They have fries now. Their fries are pretty good, actually. I like their fries. Opened near me recently. Oh yeah, their biscuits are really good. Their chicken is just really good. You know what's really good? Their beignets. Have you had their beignets, Quad? They're really good too. I do like them. You gotta have them fresh though. Good food. You miss cornbread? Do they not have cornbread in Japan? I get spoiled here, Chila, because they make there's a farm that stills here that they basically grow the corn fresh in the summer. And you just get it right from their farm. It's so good. Like literally the best corn I've like essentially ever had. It's just like straight from the farm. Every year. It's not the same? Gotcha. That's her. I like their Mardi Gras sauce, their Mardi Gras mustard. That's the one I go for. I like it a lot. But I'm not into spicy, so, or rather I'm really weak when it comes to spicy. So I prefer more of the sweeter sauces. Black and Ranch Man. Gotcha. Gonna go get food in KO again. Alright, see ya. Absolute Paradox. Thanks for supporting the Deep Dungeon runners, and I shall catch you next time. Steel, thank god. Oh wait, I already have Steel on, what the hell? Oopsie doopsie. It's milder than Buffalo, gotcha. Yeah, it should be fine. Hope your night's going. Hey Ish, thanks for the 4 months. It's going well, thank you for asking.
Hope your night is going well.
Hope your night's going well. Hope you're about to line up a good new year. Samurai's just been going smooth so far. Almost died once, so it's okay. And we're just chipping away at this right now. It's a good question. Oh crap, I hit the wrong button. RIP. We just talked about how I don't miss-hit bombs, and I just did the second time. For a second I thought your humming was my phone vibrating. Maybe it is. Gonna sleep the afternoon away, have a good sleep. I probably should have checked the chest, but I'm lazy. I'm gonna go. I hear this. Skip. Yeah, I heard this already too, but we'll stay with it. Sheila, I don't live in your head, so I don't know. Hey Arden. Definitely Jace. Does anyone know the easy shop to PoTD solo on? I don't want to use any brain cells. I mean, you still have to use some brain cells, but I think you're gonna be best to choose between Machinist or Warrior if you're gonna like really go kind of the popular ones right now. And it really comes down to playstyle for the two of them, because they play obviously very differently, but they are equally as popular in my opinion. So, one of those two. Hey Arton. AGDQ stuck up on you? Bruh, I can't believe it's in 2 weeks, my friend. 2 weeks AGDQ, man. I'm getting very slowly nervous. Oh, hi. Alright, sounds good, man. I have my tutorials, Jace, definitely Jace on YouTube. If you ever want to check it out, which might help in terms of just like an explanation. I definitely recommend checking Finn's warrior tutorial that he has available as well. Wait, what? Oh, that's a new one. I mean, I have my own warrior as well, so you can check mine if you want to, but you know, there are some guides out there in terms of video forms that you can take a look if you want to get a good understanding of what might be your option to go for. Oh cool, well, welcome to the live stream. GDQ nerves are a real thing, but I think you'll be fine. I think I'll be fine too. I mean, I think if anything, Arton, like this is what's probably a big benefit for me. Like, let's say I got into Stray, okay? Like, I don't do Stray very often. I do it like once a week or twice a week when I was practicing it. I also didn't really practice the commentary. I also didn't practice having a big audience. When it comes to Deep Dungeon, it's my wheelhouse, you know? I've definitely done, you know, big streams with a lot of people in here, a lot of chat going through. I kind of know what to look and not to look at chat. I kind of know just... I've done the run so many times over how many years. So it's just my wheelhouse. So that's why I personally am not overly too nervous about it. What I'm nervous about, if anything, is just doing it well. I think we'll succeed, it's just I want to do it good. That's it. I have no excuse for not getting past 120. Yeah, Finn's great, isn't it? I mean, it's just so cool that I'm seeing Finn's name show up more and more often, and I love it, you know. So good on him. He's obviously made good content. I mean, it really just comes down to that. I mean, people can make content all the time, but when the content's good, and that's all it comes down to. So I'm glad that he is definitely helping a lot of people out there getting those titles, as well as I am. In conjunction with that. So, and let me focus on this V first, and I will go to you, Pants Party. Alright, so you said, is there a specific spot you would recommend using Elder Magicite? The normal recommended spot to use Elder Magicite, Pants Party, is for the floor 90 Onra. That is the most common way to use it. Now, in terms of strategy, it still is better to utilize it in 91 plus on the floor, not the boss. You're probably gonna save more time in reality on a floor in 91 plus than you would be trying to kill Onra. Because Onra, there's kind of two factors that come to Onra as to why you'd rather fight it. One, you're comfortable with the strategy, you know, are you practice with the strategy? Do you know what the strategy is in terms of uptime and trying to down it fast enough? And a time thing. Like, if you're running out of time, then an Elder is going to be really good because that saves you the time so you don't time out. Those would be the main two conditions as to why you can skip using an Odin over that idea. But sometimes there are people that are still like fresh into the content that they are intimidated by Onra, or I've watched people get obliterated by Onra. They try Onra and they just like, I don't want to say choke, because choke is kind of a really negative connotation, but in essence that's what it is. Like, you kind of choke on the fight, whether it's nerves, you just kind of blank out in rotation, you get killed with the unlucky Phantom Meteor that some people die to, and that becomes a reason why people will decide to just nuke it, you know, just to not deal with that boss, and that's fair. It's still a good time save. But the best and the most ideal way is to save it for 91 plus and to use it like a regular floor gun. It's like that Godfather for me. My first time, like, there I got popped. Yeah, and it sticks with you. You know, I mean, it's no different than Behemoth, where until you drop Behemoth, until you get that first kill on Behemoth, it sits in your mind, like, can I really do this? You know, I know it's really hard, but like, can I really do this? And sometimes that kind of hinders your ability to clear, you know, that you're not as confident. And confidence in Deep Dungeon is quite possibly the biggest asset in the game mode. To walk into a floor, to look at the enemies or look at the floor and be like, I got this, like, we got this, no problem. You know? Because you'll play differently if you're scared. You play more reserved, potentially. You play more cautious, you lose more time. So confidence is a big factor in clearing. I hope that answered your question, Pants Party. If that did not answer your question, definitely let me know. I can kind of verify a little bit more, but hopefully that gave you some clarity on the answer. Like, if you make it to floor 80 boss with only 2 minutes, drop that nerd and see the floors. Yeah. What Arton said is also very valid. I mean, to be fair though, Arton, like, that would be like an extreme example, you know? Like, you probably are trying your best to make sure you don't get to the boss in 2 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, you're probably using something to get there faster. But with that being said, I mean, if you get to the boss in 2 minutes and you couldn't do anything about it, then yeah, Odin gets played. Because you don't have any other option, you want to keep the run going. So. Hey! Elite! Congratulations, welcome to the club! Let's go. Man, this week, in the past week, a lot of people, a lot of gamers have been getting their clears, have been cleaning up and getting ready for EO. Glad you're another one. So welcome to the club, let's go, dude. What do we do on Machinist, Warrior, and to the person earlier who was asking, definitely Jace, if you're still here. Let's see what the answer is for Elheed, what he got it on. What they got it on, I apologize, I don't want to assume gender there. What job did you pick? Machinist, healing shot! Yo, let's go. There you go. That's one towards Machinist for the clear. And like Jace, if you're still listening, but it's okay if you're not, and other people can. Okay, like I'm definitely someone who likes to suggest people to play their favorite job. You know, it may not be the community favorite, the one that, you know, you can argue is quote unquote the meta. But there is definitely some argument for playing the job that you're just good on, you know? Like, you said melee, right? You said that you're a melee gamer. I mean, honestly, that could lead to you going into tank, but it could also potentially maybe lead into, like, a Reaper situation. And as much as Reaper is a lot more difficult, I would say, versus choosing Machinist or like a tank or something, or like Warrior. I mean, it's not what's the word I'm looking for? It's not like people haven't gotten Necromancer via Reaper. People have done it. They just took the time, they stuck with it, and they pulled it off. So sometimes that matters. But from, like, talking with people, I always want to hear, like, okay, they got Necromancer, he got Necromancer, how did you do it? And a lot of the responses I get is usually Machinist, Warrior. That's the usual comment too I see. So that's just going by, that's literally just going by statistics. But we had a Sage clear get Necromancer. Our buddy Willow got Sage a couple days ago. I've seen a lot of Samurai, I've seen a lot of Summoners, I've seen a couple Reapers. I've seen some Dark Knights get the clear. We had our buddy Anna get the clear on Dark Knight recently and he stuck with it. So the answer could vary depending on what you want to do, but as long as you're having fun, that's what's most important. Beans, Bubs. Ooh, Bard on first clear for Necromancer, let's just put it this way, Beans Buff. You can do it, but Behemoth is probably the agreed upon hardest Behemoth challenge of all the jobs. I think that's undisputed. Nothing comes close to what you have to do on Bard right now. And look, you can look at it, there's a lot of video Bean Buffs. There are a lot of video on Bard right now that you can watch. I have one. A lot of the people in chat kind of have one. And you can look at it and judge for yourself. Like, maybe you look at it and you're like, wait a minute, I like that challenge. I'll take it. Or you look at it and you're like, this is bullshit. I'm gonna do another job. like, you know, just check it out. Just see what you think about it. That's the best I can say because I'm not you. I don't know what kind of challenge you're looking for. I don't know how much you love Bard. I don't know how committed you are. But the video will tell you the truth of the tale. You know, what you're looking at. Just, I know application-wise of what I had to do for that was tough as hell. But I love a challenge. Some mad folk have entered Necro on Astro, right? Yeah, we need proof, dude. We need the receipts, man. The humans messed me up, so probably he's not. That's fair. I get it. I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you. You're keen to try Bard in Palace soon? Do it. Shida. Do another 1 to 200 stream. We all loved it. It was great. Good content. Melee Behemoth is too much of a vibe. I know. You just do another one? Yeah, easy game. No problem. Yeah. Just do it again, forehead. Music, please. I can't believe I did. I can't believe you do what normally. That's my normal switch. Hell yeah, dude. Even on long days, I do it. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the longest I go, because when I do 130 on healer, I usually do like 51. I'm conditioned, dude. I mean, Sheila, have you done 1 to 100 Heaven on High yet? Because that's like normal condition too. Like, that's longer, but, you know, it still works out. But to be fair, I'm not scoring. Like, I'm not scoring, so that's a big change. It would be much longer if I scored. We go much faster if I'm not scoring. What a great husband, Pin. I'll hopefully get Necromancer soon, says Banny. Got PB at 153 on War yesterday. Nice. Yes. Keep at it. Don't get discouraged. You know, I know we're running out of time for people to get these titles, because Eureka Orthos is getting closer and closer, but keep at it, guys. That experience will carry over, trust me. You know, even if you don't clear, the knowledge and the runs will be invaluable. And maybe it might expedite you getting the new title. And did I have to calm you down? Good. Eureka better have it. I don't know. I don't know what title do you think would be better than the Necromancer? Now that you guys know what the theme is, you know where it's going to be, like what title could be possibly Allegan related that could be better than Necromancer? You think there is one? Oh, nope. Try again. Why did I steal? I don't steal. Titan. Emperor title? Boom. 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 God damn it! Crystal Conqueror. If it really is the basement of... I would not use that over Necromancer, though. I mean, can you have a title better than Necromancer? It's a really good question, I think. Probably not. Blue neck. Well, that's redundant though. The Fabled Omni, I know. That would be nice. Is it going to be 100 floors? Signs point to very possible, because there's a lot of, there's essentially a lot of things that are leaning towards it banning. I'll give you kind of the main three that we're looking at. First of all, Yoshi P has said that Eureka Orthos is like Heaven on High 2.0. Like, he said that in an interview. If you look at the floor boss level, the floor boss in Heaven on High was level 65, and the Mandy boss in Eureka Orthos was 85. And also they said that the story will end on floor 30, which is exactly the same as Heaven on High. So it's really leading to kind of believe that that is what's going to happen. However, it doesn't stop the fact that they will do more floors than the initial, 70 more after the story. But I think I would put money that it's 100, if I were to be honest. So. Okay, let me catch up and chat a little bit. Of the Truest Blue is my jam. I'm gonna try for Lone Hero and Necromancer, not even worth the titles. That's fair. I mean, people go for ultimates and they don't avoid the titles. I mean, Lord or some variant of the Deep, Master the Deep. I'm forgetting my thing is capped. Honestly, for me, it depends on how hard it is. If it's way harder than Howl of the Dead, I'd rock it over Necromancer. Fair. I can see that 100%. On the second I get Necromancer, it's never coming off. The demon. Oh my god, I'm not getting a title. Yeah. So yeah, Banny. That's what we have. That's what we know, knowledge base wise. So I cleared all ultimates and never used titles. Oh, the title's really good for you. What do you think the title is, Sheila? What's your thoughts on it? I wish we got some portrait stuff. I know. Oh my god. Gyro Jiro. That is one thing I hope big time. That, like, we get the picture of the bench. Or we get the picture of the shrine or something. Oh my god, I would love that for Deep Dungeon. When I get Lone Hero, it says Magic. I don't know if I'll ever take it off, aside from some special occasion. That's fair. Absolutely fair. It's a great title. For me, Necromancer means more than the title. I've always loved the job in other games. Like Diablo, when I played Diablo, and a couple other games that had the Necromancer, I always went Necromancer. So it just has this, like, kind of just nice vibe to it for me. That's why I like the title a lot. Like, yeah, the accomplishment is there. I got Lone Hero first, if you don't know. I got Lone Hero first and then Necromancer. The journey to get Necromancer was very long for me, but it just related to more things that I liked, so that's why. I mostly want the clears for the thrill, but the adventure played stuff is worth it too. Yeah, dude, you don't have to tell me twice, man. If you're just like, hey, re-clear Deep Dungeon for the portrait, like, I'll just do it, no problem. Like, I don't need to complain, I'll just do it. I'm so bad with coming up with this shit, but... I did wear Heaven's Legend for a couple days, but swapped back to Necromancer pretty fast. I mean, I don't blame you. I mean, you didn't seem very excited when you cleared, though, so I can understand it. I don't think it'll last 24 hours. It's rare. If I ever got Necromancer, that will never come off. Hey, it's still work out, and we're always helping out, you know? So, if you're still hunting those titles, be sure to ask the questions and everything. We'll get to you. Yeah, you didn't give a shit about... Yeah. Alright, let's continue. No ads. We're clear for ads for a while, so we'll just go in. I also have pre-rolls canceled for 30 minutes, so we're good to go. So let's just hop right in. I need to buy more burgers. I'm out of burger. I need to get more burger. I need to actually make the new raid food. Maybe prep it for EO. That's what I should do. Oh, wait, I didn't update my title. Wait, I haven't updated my title for 20 floors. Wow. Twitch never really reads titles, do they? Rip. How many stain? We always recommend 400 to 500 Manny, no matter the job. I think machinists can probably get away with a little bit less, but generally that's what we recommend. 400 to 500 when you're starting. And this is also taken into consideration that you'll pick some up on the way, you know? So... well, that's a good average to have for any run. How am I doing, Tara? Did I have a good holiday? I had a wonderful holiday, thank you for asking. How was your holiday? I'm kind of just wrapped up, Tara, with some of the holiday stuff. Like, I still had some IRL things the past 2 days, in terms of, like, parties and get-togethers and whatnot. That's all wrapped up now, so I'm kind of getting back a little bit to, like, normal schedule. I'm not doing anything for New Year's, just chilling at home, the way I like it. But I hope anyone else who's going to be doing things potentially for New Year's, I hope you stay safe, hope you have fun, I hope you don't get sick, and definitely tell me those stories when I see you next. But this will be my last Final Fantasy XIV stream ever in the year 2022. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Crisis Core, and then I'll be back on Sunday for the continuation of this file. So, some of you guys I may not see, but it's been a pleasure this year. I was just saying, actually, that earlier, that this year was a fantastic year for me. I know for some people it was really crappy, so I hope that the next year will be better, but my year, I would say this year was really, really good. Very, very happy with the entire year, and I'm looking forward to next year, so... Hey, Darth! Aw, thanks, man. Thanks for the 5. Look at all the friends that got sniped. Wow, there's a lot of people, a lot of the homies got sniped today. Damn. Tail gets one. Defiled, Chalice, Vampire, Jace, and Southerner. All the guys who are passing by or have been here recently. Like Trias, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Let me catch up in chat just a little bit. Just taking bait says Deathwish, lost to 181, greeted a Chimera, got hit with Graham's breath, forgot to pop a raisin when I started, rookie mistake. I've been there, man. Deathwish, I've been there. I have forgotten a raisin that high too. Is burger the better food for Palace? I have a stack of burgers and a stack of carrot pudding. I think the eye level, what is it, like 540, I think, is the cap in Palace, so you don't have to go that high, but I don't want that much food in my inventory, so I just use it. Also, I'm, like, rich as hell, so I don't really care. Money's not a problem for me, so I don't really care. Really, whatever I can get. Oh my god, he can't move past the dead body. He keeps moving. Glad year went well. I suck at Deep Dungeon. I got ranking and door boss. That's cool. Hey, it's all cool. You know what, Tara? A lot of people A lot of people feel like they suck at Deep Dungeon, but you know what? We're gonna try our best. I will try my best to get you to try to get better and to just figure out something that can help you. So at any point, you know, you need more help, you need more examples, you know, don't be afraid to ask, because I think one of the most rewarding parts of doing this content is seeing the variety of people accomplishing this, you know? I mean, I've seen even some of the best gamers in terms of receipts, you know, like they've done a lot in this game, they've accomplished a lot in this game, struggle with this content. And then I've seen people who barely have done anything in this game, no ultimates, no raid, no nothing, and they're getting their titles, you know? So it's just been so awesome that truly anyone can get this title. And it's all about how I look at it, it's all about finding a way that you can figure it out. And we will definitely try to do that, that's for sure. That Black Pegasus guy, I haven't actually like gotten too many of them, but I could if I wanted to. I promised my next Pegasus in Dota to my group runner, who neither on our group on both our groups clears. Rip. Sounds like a situation where like everyone else got it, not them. It happens. Ah! I got super lucky on my Necromancer run. Hold on. I had 3. Oh, whoops. I had 3 of the high-level sacks, and last sack got you Necromancer. Got you the Pegasus. Nice. Let's go. That is pretty lucky. I cleared with my brother, and he got 2 Pegasus in 1 run. And I got none, and he gave me it with thankfully. Good brother. Man, imagine that Thanksgiving dinner. Holy moly. That would have been a very awkward Thanksgiving dinner. Damn it! I hate you. My ranged Madari, eat that. Safety? Sure, I'll take it. I did play 11. I played 11 in 2004 to 2013-ish, around there. That's right. Yep, and I did come from that. That's why I play on a keyboard, is because of my FF11 experience. I think it's such a funny conversation too. It's like it totally gives away the fact that I played 11 because of how you see me play the game right now. I think I've gotten about 4 Pegasi. And there's my Rezo back. To friends now in group runs, haven't cleared Heaven on High enough times to be swimming in Dota. I can't wait for all of us to get Allegan Melons. Are you ready for the Allegan Melons? Thurby, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Oh my god, I've had HP down 3 times in a row. Wait, why do I have not? Oh, I'm down a site because of my own issues. Got it. I'm ready for the Allegan Mandarin. Yeah, dude, I want that. Oh, Luminari, I was saying a little bit earlier, I might try to figure out if I can get emote artists. We might get a line of emotes with that with that character, or rather with that minion. Allegan Mandy emotes is what I'm thinking of, and I want to do that. That'd be so awesome. I think it'd be so cool. I just gotta think of like, you know, what kind of emotes and stuff like that, but I think that'll be really cool. So I just need to find an artist. I don't have an artist right now. I gotta find one. Quad said just did 121 to 130 on Dancer. Had no auto heal for 5. Oh my god. Well, if I get low max HP down again, I'm really gonna be interesting. I can only hope there's good things in EO. You know what I hope for? The biggest Christmas list is to get the new potsherds from the Intuition sacks. That would be my biggest list, my wish right there. You know, instead of fireworks, I get potsherds. Or even just the potions, you know? That'd be a nice consolation prize too, just give me the potions. I tried 11 recently with some friends who played back in the day and definitely plays better. Yes, it does. I went back to private server one time, and yeah, even though I played on a keyboard, it was just like, yeah, this is why I played on keyboard kind of thing. It just makes more sense. The mouse is just kind of trash. You can play on controller though, because it was a console game initially, but you literally have infinite pots that happen. Yeah, and I think that's a better, not a better, but that's a way to handle the potsherd situation, because that's one that a lot of people had problems with, trying to farm up the potsherds. I like for enemies to drop potsherds, same. Well, actually, I think that might be a little bit too much for me. Like, I think that it might be an overabundance, but I would like it to drop, like, sustaining potions, right? So instead of it dropping max potions, give us sustaining potions. I think that'll be great. Like, we have way too many max potions, dude. Like, I end up with, like, 4,000 max potions in, like, 2 weeks. Like, it's just ridiculous. If we got sustaining potions instead, I think that'd be great. In my opinion. We finally didn't get a debuff, so we're actually not in bad RNG. My sight back augers. Yeah, get back, dude. I have you guys conditioned very well. This is just a really good song, you know? The High Five, that's the name of the song, High Five. Pull 2 of them at once. Like that. You said it, I didn't. I had no intentions of doing it. You can't see it. I can't play 7 Remake without looking for a raid. Good. I have conditioned you all. And a 180, very easily. Basically the gist of the strategy that you do, El Heats, is you want to make sure that you build up your gauge, whatever gauge exists, or whatever cooldowns exists. And you trigger the meteor. Once the meteor drops, like you take the damage from the meteor, then you bloodbath and burn your cooldowns. But you actually want to manage your cooldowns in such a way, because you don't want to actually unload everything, because it's a little unnecessary. You just want to unload enough that you heal back your HP. Does that make sense? So Bloodbath is your method of healing through, and it's very powerful. And yeah, melee is very strong. So you survive a lot of meteors via melee because of that Bloodbath. That's just a general gist, it's very comfy. As long as you use everything correctly. Like, I've definitely watched a couple people on melee unload their burst at the very beginning, which is what you do for like machinists and black mage and summoners, so on and so forth. The moment you get to that perfect spot, you want to unload everything because you're doing a DPS race. Melee, it's different, because you want all that damage in a bloodbath and to heal you back. You don't want the damage at the beginning because it's completely unnecessary. So like, you push Behemoth, you're basically just doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you take the first meteor, and then you unload. At least just enough to full heal. And you keep your sustaining potion up, but you don't go crazy. Like, you don't pop a super potion, you don't pop any of your other things, second wind, you just kind of monitor your HP. You know? And more times than not, almost all the melee jobs, they'll bring back all of their HP with literally just GCDs and OGCDs. It's great. It's such a good feeling. Because the thing that works out well for melee, you know, you get a return, you get HP return for the amount of damage you do. But when you have Lust on, which typically when you do a melee burst, melee behemoth, you will have Lust on, it's 50% more damage. So you're basically getting 50% kind of extra healing back. So it just adds up and really makes the experience really well. You can tincture, but honestly, you don't even need either. Like, it's almost unnecessary. Like, you could I don't even bother tincturing because the damage is so high already. So you could tincture. You could save the super potion for an emergency. Honestly, that would probably be better in case your healing just gets a little weird. You can have the super potion just for extra heals. But that's the general gist of it. Really good experience. Really good in terms of just it's not too bad at all. I mean, you don't want to take it for granted, but it will not be anywhere near as hard as like physical range or casters, except red mage, so on and so forth. Alright, I think I have a steel and a strength, so we'll pop them out. I think. Yep, I do. After trying Reaper, I don't think I would be afraid to recommend it for Necro Drop for people. Thanks, Sean. Well, the whole backup course is not Behemoth. It's Godfather, and that one is always terrifying, right? I think honestly, Godfather melee is harder than Machinist Behemoth. It is. I'm not arguing that it is. I just think, I don't know. Personally, I think Frost that an 8-minute fight or a 6-minute fight of just constant concentration is probably tougher than that 1-minute nerves of Behemoth. I don't know if that's me. But melee always does terrify people, so. Probably the hardest part, yeah. Godfather has some room for information, it's rotation. It is true. But I think melee Godfather is really something else. That is an experience that I don't know, it's hard to put into words how really difficult that fight is. And I think of all the bosses existing, this is my opinion from my experience, where of all the bosses existing in Palace of Dead, and then you categorize them into different jobs, I still think maybe aside from specifically Bard on Behemoth, I think melee Godfather is like the hardest, period. It could probably spread depending on the melee job too, like that could be a variance, but you find it hard to do Behemoth as Ninja, especially really? That's interesting to me, okay. So what do you find hard about it, Mimi? What's the thing that trips you up a little bit on Ninja? Now, to be fair, I haven't done Ninja and Endwalker, so you know, I can't necessarily give a proper opinion. My only comparison is the one I did in Shadowbringers, which I really liked a lot, but it's still the most enjoyable gaming experience. Yes, Mimi, I am with you 100%. It is hard as hell. It's a big adjustment, but oh my gosh, does that thing challenge you? You know, you have to be on your toes for like 6 to 7 minutes. You cannot make a crucial mistake. It's thrilling. It's also something fun to watch too. It's just, oh man, I love it. It really is. What a good explanation there. Ninja's weak, but it got buffed a bit recently. Okay, that's fair. I can see that. I mean, my opinion is I honestly have always felt Ninja has been literally the strongest on Behemoth of the melee, maybe not including Reaper right now. But again, I'm gonna just speak in the fact that I haven't taken it in Endwalker, so my opinion is kind of invalidated right now. You know, just to be kind of fair to that conversation. But I've always did like the Ninja Behemoth in general, because it felt like you were just kind of bombing, because you had the Lust on, and then on top of that you had Trick on, and it's just the amount of damage you do is just kind of wild. It was a year ago and you didn't. It's still as good, Mimi. It's still as good as it was before. That's the thing that I love about that. You know, that even with all the updates and the changes and stuff, it's still really the same experience. That's the beauty of Deep Dungeon. You know, unlike some of the Savage raids and stuff, as the weeks go by, the content does get easier just by the nature of gear and people getting better and strategies coming out. Like, Deep Dungeon, even with all the information out, it's still like, hard as hell. So I think I should finish to clear my ninja. Finally, been thinking about picking it up again. Hey, better time to do it, Mimi, especially if you're thinking about diving into Eureka Orthos like hardcore. You know, what a way to get back into the swing of things, to get that adrenaline pumping, to get that feeling pumping. And look, a lot of people are doing it too. Like, you would definitely not be the only one thinking like that. Like, man, I should get back to Deep Dungeon for EO. Yeah, I mean, how else better do you prepare? You can't do any other content to prepare. You just do Deep Dungeon, that's it. So yeah, get back in there. You know, as long as you have time, as long as you're having fun, get back in there, do some reps, get back into the swing of things. Defiled Chalice says, my first 190 on Reaper and he killed me pretty quick. It sounds like my my Black Mage. If anyone saw me do Black Mage for the first time, 190, obliterated. I didn't even make it to the first ad. Just dropped dead. And I had to adjust my kind of approach to make it happen. It was interesting for sure. It's fantastic. I thought it was hilarious. Like, we worked so hard to get there, only to just get deleted in like 30 seconds. Welcome to Deep Dungeon. Oh my god, is everyone ready for the new Alliance music? Because I think I am. Godfather scares you more than Behemoth. And I'm a tank even. I don't blame you. I have no ears, but good luck nonetheless. Hey Sig, how you doing, man? Appreciate you, dude. Happy New Year too. I may not see you until the New Year. Even if you can't hear me, it's fine. I'll just say it. What's up, Mill? I miss the live streams, but y'all know what the situation, save files. It's still 2. Okay, so, here's what we know about the save files, Mimi, okay? And this is actually really cool information. Short answer is it stays, okay? It's still 2. But there was a Famitsu interview that the interviewer directly asked Yoshi P, hey, are you going to increase the file saves? And this was not in the live letter, by the way. This is again an interview. They asked, hey, are you gonna increase something about the file save? And something along the answers of like, well, it's set in a certain way in the system, and if they add more, it's gonna put a lot of load into the game, so they can't really change it right now. But then he said they will look into it for potential they might look into it into the future for future Deep Dungeons. Considering, like, you know, we waited so long for the 3rd Deep Dungeon, and Yoshi P is already saying, like, yeah, for the future Deep Dungeon, we might consider. Like, he's already confirmed, like, Deep Dungeon 4, which is so awesome. So that's the optimistic me taking out from that information. You know? And it was such a question in like Shadowbringers, like if we were even getting another deep dungeon, right? Because obviously it got skipped and everything. When is Deep Dungeon 4? I don't know. It could be in 7.0, but I mean, Yoshi P was pretty much like, yeah, just, you know what? Maybe the next Deep Dungeon will fix up the save files, right? So, look, it's a lot better than what we saw in Shadowbringers, where it was just like, are we getting one? And then the answer's like, no, we want to do something else. You know, they kind of felt like people were tired of Deep Dungeon. Like, you know, that sucked. You know, it's just like you really wanted the content, they were moving away from it, but... And then they said that, and then their answer of the new Deep Dungeon was because it was people who, like, you know, what do they say? The global interest in Deep Dungeon. Because a lot of people wanted to do the content, that's why we're bringing it back. That's literally what they said. And pretty much for them to be like, yeah, we're gonna get another one. It's pretty cool, so... That's my takeaway. But yeah, so not this time. We're still stuck with 2, guaranteed. But definitely look forward to it, that we might see more than that in the future. I was so scared of Godfather, says Luminare. When I first got there, that I didn't even bother using Lust. It was way too close. I don't blame you. That's not a bad strategy, honestly. To keep the factors low, you know? Just to keep it a more simpler fight. I've seen people die to Lust so many times. Just doing Lust setup, greeting a little bit more. It's very common, so to keep that factor out of it, I think is a good idea. Vetka says, my first assembling Godfather's Warrior ended because of greed. I got up to 50% and became overconfident. Mr. Bomb teaches humility. Yes, he does. Especially when you're talking about a fight that is not RNG, and it is a set pattern. You know, if you fuck up, it's really on you that you fucked up. So, yeah. For sure. But you know what? It's lessons learned. You got better. You will get better. And that's all it comes down to. Took them by surprise. We did take them by surprise. What about crits and dodge? Ooh, interesting question. So I was taking a dive into the live letter Mimi, and from what it looked like to me, I didn't see a single crit in the gameplay that Yoshi P had. Now, it's a very small sample size, you know. I would say it's not enough for me to say that there's no crit, but it was interesting to not see any crit whatsoever, even the bosses didn't have crit. That's definitely an interesting question because a lot of people were asking that. And curious, you know, knowing the trend of how raids are from basically Shadowbringers on. It does seem like there's no crit. But we shall see when the actual game... And not to mention, you know, it could have just been a pre version of it. You know, maybe like they don't have it there just because they're still working on it. That's a possible fact. But at least from what I saw, there didn't seem to be a single crit in the demonstration. Was hoping that interview was also included that. Yeah, I didn't see anything mentioned into that topic, but yeah, I was looking at it visually and didn't see anything. They moved all random enemy crits starting in Shadow Bit. Yeah. Yeah, and it definitely is, like, you would kind of assume it would mill, but then you still have Heaven on High, etc. that has crit and everything, right? So it does definitely make an interesting kind of question of, like, do they keep it or not? But it does look like they are not keeping it. Yo, what's up, Sig? I'm doing well, I hope you're doing well, I hope the new year's gonna be good for you. It's going solid, we're just about to wrap up here, hopefully. But I hope I hope you had a wonderful day and about to have a wonderful weekend. Hope you have. Thanks, man. I'm gonna have a nice peaceful one at home. Way I like it, so certainly no complaints here. Damn, that's faster than Machinist. That is faster than Machinist. Let me step outside, let me catch up and chat before we do our wrap-up. I'm on the fence about crits, it's unpredictable. I prefer crits. If I had to say one, I would prefer crits, personally. Heaven on High and Stormblood content, they didn't retroactively move crits or anything, makes sense to me. Absolutely, some monster only requires steel and hedge against crits, yeah. Nothing against the blood pumping, then a Mimic in 91, 90 plus, seeing whether it crits you or not. I get back from vacation tomorrow, so it'll be peaceful for you too. Nice! I hope you had a great vacation. Hey guys, here we go. 121. This will be the first thing we do in 2023, Sunday. You can expect this Sunday. So the new Deep Dungeon is not gonna have crits from Kutsi, it seems like it. When I was watching the live letter, I was literally watching every GCD as Yoshi-P was getting hit, and I did not see a single crit at all from the enemies or the boss. Again, that's not really a good sample size. I don't know. Like, maybe he just got unlucky. Maybe they didn't turn it on. I don't know. That's all I can tell you. That's what I saw. So, you know, I don't think it's an answer, but something to consider. So, yeah. Well, I guess we'll know when the content releases. Is there a way to farm Aether Pool? 51 to 60 for Palace of the Dead is the best way, in my opinion. You don't have to get to 99 though. You can get to like 70 or 60 and then solo yourself, but make sure you get the silver chests when you solo. Because more than likely, you know, by the time you get to the harder things, you'll hit 99 by then. So that's why it's a good idea to do that. Alright guys. Oh, 80 you can start soloing. You don't have to level. Just do it solo, pick up silver chests, and you'll be good on the climb up. Hey guys, thank you for keeping me company. 121 will be our Sunday stream. We're gonna start on that file and go in. So that'll be 9 PM Eastern Sunday. Tomorrow I'm live. If you want to watch me again, we're gonna be doing Crisis Core Reunion. We're towards the end-ish of the game, although I probably predict about 2 to 3 more streams before we beat that game. So if you want to see me and say hi or whatever, that's tomorrow, 9 PM Eastern. Pants Party, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. But if I don't see you guys, have a good New Year, stay safe, have a good one. A good start of the year. If you have resolutions, I hope they work out. But it is a pleasure having you this year. For the guys I met recently and all that stuff, it's nice to meet you all. And we're gonna have a busy next year, let me tell you. Like, literally right at the beginning of 2023, it's AGDQ, and we're in AGDQ. So it's going to be a busy start of the year, and we are going to, as a community and myself, we're going to do our best to deliver you really good content and to keep the community rolling. So definitely look forward to that and all that fun stuff. So thank you guys, appreciate it. Let's go find someone to drop you kids off to for the day. To see who's up, who's live, and who's playing around, and whatever people are doing these days in the anywhere on Twitch. It's very vague, but let's see who I can drop the kids off to. Let's see who we got. Oh, I can go there. We can go there. Yeah, why not? Because, you know, if you guys want to see more Deep Dungeon, then I should drop you off in Deep Dungeon. Oh, and Rin's doing Rin's doing some Deep Dungeon too. He got into the Paladin mix-up. Our buddy Rin Kirigani was talking in stream. He's doing Paladin. He's gonna try to clear Paladin before the patch. But I'm gonna drop you up to another dude doing another tank. It's our buddy Ben. Yo, Ben Rice, I gotta tell you guys, he is one of the most talented human beings out there. He is, by the way, going ham right now. So let's cheer him on. He's doing Warrior. He's trying to go for a scoring run. He's also trying to clear on Warrior on his ult. So let's cheer him on. You'll like him, guys. Follow him. He's also part of Team Solo, our Twitch team. That is a lot of people who are going to be kind of good on doing Deep Dungeon. So if you want another streamer that will do some Deep Dungeon content when EO comes out, follow him. He's a good man. So let's go raid him. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Let's go watch Ben crush it in Palace of the Dead. See you guys. Have a good night. Happy New Year.